Kurumjai. A very good morning to one and all present here on this one-day academic discourse on the Manipur crisis, jointly organized by Department of Law, Department of Political Science, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, College Development Council, Manipur University, and Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity. I, Yanglamchenu Caroline, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to extend my warm welcome to the chief guest of today's function, Professor Naurem Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, President of today's academic discourse, Horizam Athauwa, Convener, COCOMI, Guest of Honor, Dr. Chinglen Maisnam, HOD, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University, Dr. Yumnam Premananda, HOD, Department of Law, Manipur University, eminent academicians, guests, invitees, social activists, press and media, students, and one and all present here. As all the dignitaries have arrived, I would like to request the dignitaries to please proceed on the dais. Lengbirakliba mayam punamakpu taramna okchuri amasung ngasigi academic discourse asigi dignitaries oina saruk yabikadawriba pumnamakna daisda lengsinbirappaga loinana akhoi program asi haunaba sem sajali. Before we proceed, we would like to present a small token of appreciation to the dignitaries. Dignitaries, Lengbi dignitaries, Singsida, Akoi Sinja Langje River, Singi Maikaitagi, Kudol Macha Mamamtang, Organizing Committee, Maikaitagi, ꯈꯨꯠꯁꯤꯟꯅꯖꯒꯦ꯫ Chief guest of today's academic discourse, Professor Naurem Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University. President of today's academic uh, guest of honor, Dr. Yumnam Premananda, HOD, Department of Law, Manipur University. Guest of honor of today's academic discourse, Dr. Chinglian Maisna, HOD, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University. President of today's academic discourse, Khoraizam Athoba, Convener, COCOMI. Without further ado, I would like to request Y. Surjit Kumar Khuman, Convener, Finance Subcommittee, COCOMI, to deliver the welcome address.
ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯃꯛꯇꯗ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯕꯨ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯕ ꯎꯠꯆꯔꯤ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯏꯐꯔꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯚꯔꯁꯤꯇꯤꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯍꯣꯜ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯂꯣ ꯗꯤꯄꯥꯔꯠꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯂꯣ ꯗꯤꯄꯥꯔꯠꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯁꯥꯏꯟꯁ ꯗꯤꯄꯥꯔꯠꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯁꯥꯎꯊ ꯏꯁ ꯑꯦꯁꯤꯌꯥꯟ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯗꯤꯁ ꯀꯣꯂꯦꯖ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯂꯞꯃꯦꯟ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯁꯤꯜ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity COCOMI ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯞ ꯑꯁꯤꯒ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯀꯣꯂꯦꯖꯀꯤ ꯂꯩꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟꯕ ꯗꯤꯄꯥꯔꯠꯃꯦꯟꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒ ꯈꯨꯠꯁꯝꯅꯔꯒ ꯄꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯆꯕ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯦꯀꯥꯗꯃꯤꯛ ꯗꯤꯁꯀꯣꯔꯁ ꯑꯣꯟ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯀ꯭ꯔꯥꯏꯁꯤꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯆꯤꯡꯂꯦꯝꯕ ꯊꯧꯔꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯃꯄꯨꯡ ꯐꯥꯍꯟꯕꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛꯇ Chief Guest की फमम लांगदा लिंगसिनबीरीबा इकाई खुमनजरीबा प्रोफेसर नौरेम लोकेंद्र सिंह वाइस चांसलर मणिपुर यूनिवर्सिटी बु सिमजलांगजरीबा डिपार्टमेंट लॉ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साउथ ईस्ट एशियन स्टडीज कॉलेज डेवलपमेंट काउंसिल अमदी कोकोमिना इकाई खुमनजबगल लोइना तारामना ओक्सरी अदुगा थौरमसिगी प्रेसिडेंट की फमलांगदा लिंगसिनबिरिबा कोकोमिगी कन्वेनर इकाई खुमनजरिबा खुराइजम अथौबुसु इकाई खुमनजबगल लोइना तारामना ओक्सरी लोना थौरमसिगी गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर की फमलांगदा लिंगसिनबिदुना फमलांगदा फंबिरिबा इकाई खुमनजरिबा Dr. Singem Maisnam, Head of Department, Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University Buzu, Ikai Kumazawolina, Taram Nokshari, Lunana, Dr. Yumnam Premananda, Head of Department, Law, Manipur University Buzu, Ikai Kumazawolina, Taram Nokshari. Thoramasiki, Pangtokadiba Thoramasiki, Hamad Topikasiki. India's role in geopolitics and strategic interests have topic asigi moderator ki pam langda lishin biduna amadi thoromasi bu mapung phana ki damak asinba thawai kya bo kaithopidana saruk yabi gidoriba ikai khunjariba Dr. Singen Maisnam, Head of Department of South East Asian Studies, Manipur University, Busu, Ikai Kunazaba, Maritana Mokshari, Lonana, topic Asida, Maruena, resource person, Ikusharu Yabigoriba, Ikai Kunazariba, Puyam Rakesh, independent researcher and former research fellow ICW su ikai khumna jabak loina taramna oksari Dr. Noni Arambam Associate Professor DMU su ikai khumna jabak loina taramna oksari loina laisam Welkin Research Scholar and Singlen Maisnam Head of Department South Asian MU Dr. Kanguzam Sanatomba Department Political Science MU ikai loina taram oksari aduga tharobasigi ani suba topic legal and human right consideration sigi hariba topic asigi moderator oina lingsin dudana saruk ya bigadoriba ikai khunajariba retired Professor Norem Joy Kumar historian hariba ikai khunajarabisu taramda oksabag loina ikai khunaba oksari aduga tharobasigi discourse noina saruk ya bigadoriba advocate Guru Khan Baluang Basu Ikai Kunazabulina, Param Okchari, Adugalina, by Prenanda, Head of Department of Law, Manipur University, Aduga, Advocate Mahawam Rakesh, Director, Human Right and Network, Kusu Ikai Kunazabulina, Param Okchari, Lena, Thoromasiki Ahum Subat topic, conflict dynamic and strategic approaches, Haiba topic Sigi. Moderator oina asinba thabak thorom kya bu kai thopidana bahung phana gi dabling bi bai kai kunajariba ikai arki nimai retired IS pusu ikai kunajabaga loina tarama okchari aduga ahum subas sisasigi ekoi resource person oina limbirak liba Yunam Rupachandra editor in chief Impact TV Dr. Heman Thanzam associate professor aduga 2000 Saitaji BOC UNI, Dr. Malian Nithoza, historian and author, Diren Sadopam editor, Frontier Manipur, Busu, Ikai Kumazabagorena, Sinjalangiri Magedi, Muhut Sinjaraga Taram, Okchari, Lunana, Thoromasiki, Aruba season, Hijabatare, Benin seasons, the special guest on the Nation Bidana, Thoromasi, Henmapu, Panba, and one talkable and Vidariba, Ikai Kunazariba, Senate Advocate, Kaide Manibusu, Chinjalang Jirigo Magagi, Huchinjaga, Ikai Kunazabula Tarano, Oksari, Lunana, Thoromasi, do Mapu Panagitamakta, Tonga Tongamba, Magadi Ling, Baton Panguna, Ling Birkliba, Tonga Tongamba, inviting Amadi, Koreasiki, Marueba, Ikai Kunazariba, professors amat lectures kaya basu ikai kunajabuloina taram oksari aduga tongan ba manipuri miyam da pawdam bigdoriba ekoi print amadi electronic media gi sinau basu ikai kunajabuloina taram oksabaguloina aina ngasi thorumasi mapung phana pangthokgi damakta isor kurum jabuloina aigi wahomasi matang sa tensina da wi mayam dagi ayabalo je thank you
Thagatsari Sri Wise Sujit Kumar Kuman, Convener, Finance Subcommittee, COCOMI. Makha Chathajarakpada, Keynote Address Thambinabagidamata Kausinjari, Sri YK Dhiren, Convener, Mobilization and Organization Subcommittee, COCOMI. Next, I would like to request Sri YK Dhiren, Convener, Mobilization and Organization Subcommittee, COCOMI, to give the keynote address on this today's function, one-day academic discourse on the Manipur crisis. Please, sir.
ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ one day academic discourse on Manipur crisis ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯊꯧꯔꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯗꯥꯏꯁꯇ ꯂꯦꯡꯁꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯆꯤꯐ ꯒꯦꯁ President amadi guest opener puno pui kai majabu seri loina loina na asigi thorom masibu mapung phan biga tongan tongan ba hiram singda perform tham biga dori ba resource person sing asigi delegates members sing seru ya beleng dili ba puno pui kai majabu seri loina loina na asigi hujik koi riba manipur ki present crisis asida koi da phaujaba waklon ngasigi thorom masigi maruiba wafam ilibasigi musu manipurgi hujik hujik oiribi issue sigi horofam musu masi karamna resolve toba yaba kari kari digi ohelakpa yaba pointsing masa khaina lengbirliba tongan tongan ba resource person singna tambirakani adugu koina thamjaba waklol keynote concept note tangai miyam present togjege. The ongoing crisis in Manipur is deeply entangled with regional geopolitics, security concerns, economic interests, and ethnic tensions. The conflict involves multiple actors, including insurgent groups, civil society organizations, the Indian government, and international stakeholders. The discourse aimed to analyze the present situation, assess strategic response, and propose actionable measures. Objectives to examine Indian geopolitical interests and the strategic approach toward the Manipur crisis, to analyze the ethnic conflict dynamic and the potential pathway for resolution, to evaluate the illegal, legal, and human rights aspect of internet displacement, insurgency, and governance, to assess the role of economy, policies, and border threat in ensuring long-term stability, to strategize coordinated efforts among civil society organizations for a unified stance, to explore tactical media engagement and the narrative building strategy to strengthen advocacy effort. India's security concerns regarding China's growing influence in Myanmar, particularly its controls over the Kunming Chitwe gas pipeline, the significance of the Kaladan multi-modal transit transport project in India, regional strategy, Russia involvement in Myanmar, including its control over Dawi port near the Thai border, the necessity of expanding the Siliguri corridor for strategic stability, the role of rare earth mineral in shaping India regional foreign policy, the use of ethnic conflict by external forces to destabilize the region, the need to frame the crisis as a cookie versus government of India issue rather than an ethnic conflict, the long-term impact of a buffer zone and its implications for territorial integrity, strategic for negotiating from a position of strength rather than weakness, the necessity of framing the crisis as a genocide campaign at national and international level, legal challenges to the suspension of operations agreement which legitimize armed groups, advocacy for a war crime tribunal to ensure accountability, filing petition for NRC implementation, IGP, resettlement and the constitutional safeguards, the establishment of an international law cell for legal advocacy at global forums, the urgent need for revitalizing moral threat and ensuring economic security as a means of conflict resolution, restoration of Chitwe Kolkata route under the Kaladan project, India failure to capitalize on More as a major threat hub compared to China $6 billion threat through Mushe, the operationalization of border trade policies ensuring security while maximizing economic benefits, the importance of integrating displaced trading communities into the regional economy, addressing ideological differences among CSOs, create a unified front, engaging with external diplomatic entities strategically without compromising national security, the need for a united action committee to coordinate CSO's efforts effectively, political pressure on elected representatives to take a stronger stance on security and development, the necessity of a coordinated media strategy to counter misinformation, engagement with global media and the international platform to present the Manipur narrative effectively, enhancing internal coordination among different advocacy groups to prevent dilution of key messages, the importance of Naga participation in discussion to strengthen regional solidarity, recommendation and action plans. Manipur crisis remain an internal law and order challenge and a significant geopolitical concern. Addressing this issue require a strategic, well-coordinated approach that consider security measures, economic stability, legal advocacy, and diplomatic engagement. The proposed discourse seeks to create a framework for actionable policies and the unified report based on the insight and the recommendation of the resource person. Expected key areas for recommendation and the action plan includes: number one, security measures. Issue related to border security, the National Register of Citizens, NRC implementation, and the free movement regime FMR regulation. Number two, economic and trade policies, the potential role of More as a significant trade hub and integration of internally displaced person IDPs into economic recovery initiatives. Number three, legal advocacy. The status of insurgent group under the suspension of the operation, sue agreement, and the scope of legal intervention at national and international level. Number four, strategic diplomacy engagement. Engagement with Indian Act East policy framework and the feasibility of establishing a dedicated research institution for Manipur geopolitical concern. Number five, public mobilization, the role of public movement in ensuring political accountability. Number six, unified CSO strategy, the possibility of forming an umbrella organization to consider civil society effort and develop a cohesive advocacy strategy. This discussion will help set recommendations for addressing Manipur's challenge and advancing regional stability. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the much needed uh, consideration that we need to take on this one-day academic discourse on the Manipur crisis. Next, we have our inaugural speech by chief guest of today's academic discourse, Professor Naurem Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University. I would like to request Sir to deliver the inaugural speech. Please, sir.
ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯃꯛꯇꯗ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯄꯨ ꯈꯨꯔꯨꯝꯖꯔꯤ learned members on the dais, Sri Khuraizam Athawa, convener COCOMI, Professor Chinglin Maishnam, Head Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University, Dr. Yumnam Pramananda, Head Department of Law, Manipur University, Professor Sukadeva, Director, College Development Council, Manipur University, Professor Preranjan of Department of Economics, Dr. R.K. Nimai, former Commissioner of the Government of Manipur, Professor Mohen, former Superintendent of RIMS, Manipur, learned Sri Y.K. Dhiren, convener, Sri Y. Sujit Kumar Kuman, and also convener, all the distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, Manipur University की तरफ तगी लिंगे बेपुन मक्पो आइना अमुकाना welcome तौजरी. The last 23 months have been a time of tremendous problems, have been a time of tremendous sufferings for the people of Manipur, particularly the common citizens of the state of Manipur, both in the hills and the valley. The common people have been suffering from lack of healthcare facilities. They have, particularly in the hills, they have not been having access to the required healthcare facilities in different hill districts. Even in valley, despite continuous effort from the medical practitioners and the other social workers, there have been a lot of strain on the facilities to be provided, particularly to the displaced persons who have been staying in different relief camps across the valley as well as in the hills. The people also have not been having proper access to minimum requirements for survival, including the minimum level of nutritious food items. Today, in one of the local paper, it was reported that 10 cattle have been found to be missing in some village, and a few other cattle were located in some place with wounds on their neck, maybe some, wounds from weapons. Then the youths and the students of the state of Manipur, they have not been having adequate access, required access to schools, colleges, and other institutions. Because the youths and the students are supposed to be the future pillars of our society. There has been a prolonged campaign. A lot of articles have been published, a lot of discussions have taken place on the demographic dividend of India, particularly for the youth center students in the age group of 15 and 35. India's strength is supposed to be on this demographic dividend. And it is in this peculiar kind of a juncture that the youths and the students of the state of Manipur, both in the hills and the plain, have not been having adequate facilities and access to the educational institutions. There have not been in the affected areas proper teaching and the learning process, adversely affecting the overall intellectual and academic growth and development of this particular age group. And it is in this context that many of my very learned participants, you might have heard and you might have seen in the TV channels when the interviewer from Delhi came, they visited different places across the state and interviewed young people, both in the hills and the plain. And many of the young peoples, they were expressing their genuine grievances. Many of them were interested in preparing for civil service exam and the UPSC exam to get themselves appointed in their, you know, targeted goal of becoming a bureaucrat or army officers and so on and so forth. These are primary fact evidences, primary indications which suggest that the youths and the students, they are really affected by this 23 months of crisis in the state. Therefore, as against the policy of this demographic dividend, which is sweeping across the country, Manipur is going backward because Manipur has not been able to harvest or to make use of this proper demographic dividends. And this is going to have a long negative impact in the overall academic and intellectual growth of the state of Manipur. Second thing that I would like to say is that there is an American political scientist called Robert Putnam. Robert Putnam talks about social capital. Social capital is nothing but it is about the traditional, customary system, socio-political system, which leads to very cohesive and a trustworthy kind of a community. It talks about interpersonal good relationship. It talks about interclan good relationship. It talks about community good relationship. And this kind of social capital, it led to overall socio-economic. This is supposed to be considered as a very positive factor for socio-economic development of a particular society. It is true that even in Manipur, we have a number of socio-political systems which we can characterize as social capital. In the valley, we have got a number of mothers organizations, number of clubs, number of CSOs. In the hills also, there is political institutions which is supposed to have this sort of social capital based on trustworthiness and based on, the possibilities of using these institutions for overcoming any kind of challenges that the society used to confront. Let me just take another example. For example, India is a very ancient country with millennia of overall civilizational growth, cultural expansions in different parts of the globe, particularly in Southeast Asia, with rich and a very useful philosophical and treatises on different aspects of human life, human society, social norms, political institutions, and so on and so forth. When the Britishers came during the 18th century, they became very scared of this rich Indian philosophical and other knowledge system which were available there. And India became a satellite of the world capitalist group industrial power. India became an appendage of industrial England and industrialized Europe. And a famous philosopher, writer, sociologist, Max Weber had stated that India's social institution was instrumental for underdevelopment of India's economy. India's social institution like caste system and religion and so on and so forth. But nowadays, the growth rate ranges from 6 to 6% in the last 10 years. When the entire growth rate, economic growth rate in, say, Western Europe, it had become almost non-significant. The growth rate had gone down. And many academics, thinkers, and policymakers all across the world, they have begun thinking of establishing centers for Hindu studies. Many universities, many central universities have started establishing centers of Hindu studies. There is a re-examination, there is a process of re-examining, there is a process of re-studying and interrogating the process of how India became an underdeveloped country. And now scholars and academics are trying to argue that the social capital of Indian society, which is characterized by say family, then respect to the elders, then close relationship among and between members of the community, and so on and so forth, is a very positive and resilient factors for India becoming a very important and a very growth-oriented economy today. Therefore, it is in this context that I would like to argue that the healing process in Manipur had started. And a few days back, during Cheroba, we can see the, very spontaneous expression of their emotions, their, sense of participation in the community festivals of Cheroba. Healing process will continue to take place, and I have a firm belief that the Manipuri intellectuals thinkers, Manipuri middle class, who have been instrumental in shaping the small state of Manipur in the transition from a monarchical system to a democratic system, and from a small community during the 19th century to a fairly respected community which has produced a number of world-class sportsmen, sportswomen, athletes, world-class theater practitioners, world-class artists, performers. Manipuris have reached world-class level at different aspects of society, culture, theater, performing arts, games and sports. Manipuris have reached world-class at the level of researches. And we firmly believe in the capability and in the strength, in the intelligence of this intellectual and academic community to reach out to the government of Manipur, to the government of India, and to many other fraternal associations and organizations, so that this long drawn out crisis come to an end, so that the state can go ahead with the process of socio-economic development at a very rapid pace. The overall process of socio-economic development had been arrested and in fact had gone back a little bit during the last 23 months. But we can still overcome that. I would like to appeal to all the learned academics and intellectuals to use the limitless power of negotiation and diplomacy, which our ancestors have been using during the 19th century, to overcome these challenges that we have been facing. The challenges have been almost overcome, but the little left can be very practically, sensibly, intelligently can be dealt with in the next some months. And with these few words, I want to thank the members of on the dais for arranging this gathering, and I wish that there is a very fruitful and a very actionable kind of a recommendation on the completion of this one-day academic exercise. Mayang puno magpabukan na, Kuram Jari.
Thank you very much, respected Sir Professor Narem Lokendra Singh, Vice Chancellor, Manipur University, for your heartfelt and thought-provoking inaugural speech, giving an insight on various issues, not only on the present Manipur crisis, but also the country of India, as well as the very much happening global crisis. Thank you, sir, for also highlighting the positivities of the state of Manipur, which is proceeding towards its healing phase. Tharam asigi makha chathajarakpada masigi one-day academic discourse on the Manipur crisis. Tharam asigi thobu oibiriba Shri Khuraizam Athoba convener COCOMI presidential speech pibinaba Kosinjari. May I request Shri Khuraizam Athoba convener COCOMI to please give the presidential speech.
Masigi one-day academic discourse on the Manipur crisis. Hariba kagi discourse asigi inaugural session da chief guest when election biriba university sigi vice chancellor when a thopu biriba za Professor Narem Lokendra Singh. Masigi thorom masigi guest of honors when election biriba Chinglen Maisnam HOD Southeast Asian Department of Southeast Asian Studies. Amadi kagi Dr. Imam Premananda HOD Department of Law Manipur University. Wahan Maktada Haki Makidigi Amadi COCOMI Makidigi no look Nikai Kum the Butchery. Mang the Lingin Bidiba, Tongan Ba, Lamdamasigi Masak Nairba, Scholar Sing, Intellectual Sing, University Sigi, Research Scholar Sing, Student Sing, Media Gits in now Sing, Invite Sing, Punamapusu Hanekon on Nikai Kum the Butchery. Masigi Toromasi Pangtok Tringe Mamanga. We already had a prelude session before this discourse last week, and it was a very deliberated discourse that had happened in the last week, where almost all the eminent personalities of the state took part in that discourse. Of course, it was a closed door because we are trying to establish some facts, to raise some key concerns and serious issues, critical issues, which needs immediate attention to resolve this, to help in resolving this ongoing crisis in the state of Manipur. We, being a civil society organization, being an activist, we have been following this crisis since the beginning of it. Its first violence that took place on the 3rd of May 2023. And with each passing days, the complexities of this crisis and the issues that we are trying to understand in this crisis have been getting deeper and deeper, and it's getting more difficult to actually define it in simple terms or in where a common man could easily understand what is actually going on. So in order to face these challenges that we are having, to understand and to establish the factual issues, the key drivers of this crisis, we wanted to have a thorough academic discourse where the renowned authorities and scholars of the state can come in together and help us in establishing the facts, the causes of this conflict. That is why we brought this idea of organizing this discourse in the Manipur University. As we all know that university has always been the industry of ideas, where great minds converge and ideas are being generated from here. So we want this to happen in this space. And for that, I would like to thank Oza Narem Lokendra, Vice Chancellor of this university, for being so kind to give us the permission to organize this event inside the university campus. I am also thankful to the head of departments of 4 key departments, that is the Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Oja Chinglen Maisnam, Department of Law, Oja Premananda, Department of Political Science, Oja Bizen, and Director of College Development Council, Oja Sukhdev. They have the support in making this event a successful one. we have or distributed or identified some of the key topics that needs attention from our scholars and experts. And that topic is have been distributed or given the responsibility to some of our selected scholars to give their viewpoints and provide us some actionable recommendations which we can use it in our future course of activities to help in resolving this crisis. The three key topics that we set are India's role in geopolitics and strategic interest, the aspect of legal and human rights considerations where it can be addressed from the viewpoint of human rights and legal aspects. And we also set a topic on the conflict dynamics. Now the crisis in Manipur is being now considered as multi-dimensional. It is not just one good reason that have driven the entire conflict. Of course, there are certain debate that some people also argue that the ongoing crisis in the state is just a mere ethnic conflict between the Kukis and the Meiteis, which we don't think it's totally between Meitei and Kuki. So we want to understand the larger, deeper issues that is driving this conflict. And we seek recommendations. Understanding all this aspect, we seek the recommendations from our scholars and experts. After this discourse, all the papers that has been presented by our panel members shall be compiled, and we will try to produce some compiled articles based on the articles presented by our panel members. And we consider that what we are facing today is also a test of time, because Manipur has come across so many serious situations, dire situations of life and death in the past. If you look at the timeline of the historical accounts of events and incidents that had happened in the past, starting from 1819 to 1826, we had 7 years devastation. We come back, we re-establish our society, we emerge as a sovereign again. After that, after passing some 50, 60 years again, we are being faced with the Anglo-Manipuri War of 1891. Again, we lost in that war, yet we restored our independence again. By that time, we again come across something that we never were a part of the conflict, that is the Second World War. And the Imphal battle has been declared as one of the greatest battle of the entire Second World War events. And after another 40, 50 years again, today we are facing the brunt of Armed Forces Special Powers Act and several other ethnic conflicts that has led to the loss of so many precious lives in the state of Manipur. And today again we are facing the same. So this is what we consider it's a challenge of time, test of time. But Meitei and Manipur, as Oja Lokendra has rightly pointed out, we are resilient and we have the will to survive, and we have been surviving for centuries. And we are hopeful that we will survive this critical phase as well. And in order to speed up the process of restoring peace and normalcy, diagnosis of the actual case, actual issues is very important so that it can be treated, it can be handled in a very precise manner. So we are looking forward to a very constructive and a very productive session ahead. And lastly but not the least, I would like to thank Manipur University and the Vice Chancellor of this university, Oja Lokendra, again for giving us this opportunity to organize such a very important event in a very short period. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us an insightful presidential speech highlighting the need for an academic discourse on the Manipur crisis, which rightly termed as multidimensional in nature, and the necessity for the participation of the academic intellectuals to bring a positive course of action in the future. Next, we have the vote of thanks by Sri Laikuram Jayanta, convener IPR Subcommittee COCOMI. My request, Sri Laikuram Jayanta, convener IPR Subcommittee, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Ngasi April tang ahum yaifaraba sabul sen numit ngasigi numit asida one day academic discourse on the Manipur crisis hariba timasina maru oirakanda ngasigi haudoqpagi formal function asigi thambaki leiteng oibiriba mingoina angkana panjarabada chief guest ki phampham langda langsin biriba oza professor Naurem Lokendra, vice chancellor Manipur University nasigi president ki phampham langda phambiriba coordinating committee on Manipur integrity COCOMI gi convener gi phambak phambiriba koigi yambai kai khumnajaraba khuraijam athauba lone nangasigi guest of honors ki phampham langda phambiriba university asigi law department da aisoti oina lebiriba oza premanda lone na department of southeast asia gi aisoti oibiriba kai khumnajaraba Dr. Singlen Maisnam ahanba maktida thauram masibu mapung phan bagida ikokno nekai khumnajabuga loinana thagat phongdoksari loinana ngasigi discourse asida hena mapung phan biriba tungan ba hiram kayada paper pabigadoriba kai khumnajariba oza thedo hendongna mingoina panjarudragasu koigi India roles in geopolitics and strategic interests. Hariba Timasigi, moderator on election Bigaduriba, Dr. Singlen Masnam, legal and human rights consideration. Hariba Timasigi, moderator on election Bigaduriba, Professor Naurem Joy Kumar, conflict dynamic and strategic approach. Hariba Timasida, moderator on election Bigaduriba, RKDMI, retired IAS, session policy recommendation and way forward. Hariba Timasigi, paper pathopigdoriba Oza Singh, Nangasigi, Tungan ba CSO Singhi, Lengbirakliba, Ima Singh, Mahilupki, Lorena University Asigi Lebiriba, Department Singh, Digi Lengbirakliba, Mahiroi Singh. Hena mapung phan biriba co-organize oina tobiriba political science ki law department ki Southeast Asia ki loinana college development council ki oza sing amadi mahiroi sing hena mapung phan biriba sile langliba lunch ki tea break ki khudingmakpo formal function asigi loisalakpagi talja atu lojaraga maka program chathadringai gi mangoinana COCOMI mahut sinjaraga aihakna punmokui kai khumdaba utsabaga lorena thagatpa phongdokjari ngasigi hairiba wafam asi thamjaraga ngasigi formal function asigi ball of thanks matang swaida sum tension se thank you.
Time is a wonderful thing. However, due to limited certain challenges, we couldn't begin our function on time. So we are late by 30 minutes. So we will be having a very small tea break. Akhoi matam chana program asi hauba ngamjakidabana maram oiduna tea break asi tentakna lobinaba mayamda ningsingjari. Tea break asi hek loibaga akhoi thematic discussions ki first topic India's role in geopolitics and strategic interests koi hauna bagi damakta same saba pumnamak loijare senjalangjari bagi maikaidagi. So please have a tea which is already being set up in front of this hall. And after the tea break, we will begin with our. Okay. Uh, Okay, so as we are already late by 30 minutes, with due permission from the organizing committee, we will begin with our first topic of the thematic discussion, India's role in geopolitics and strategic interests. So tea break se adum laubiraga manung da pusanbiraaga phambiraga akhoi discussion se yaubinabagidamagta ningsingjari akhoi matam pungkhai ama thengdagibana maram oiduna mayamda waraubidanaba inconvenience asigi waraubidanabagidamagta haizari. Ahanba topic of the thematic discussion, India's role in politics and strategic interests ki damakta moderator oibinabagi damakta ikai khumnajariba Dr. Chinglen Maisnam, HOD, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University. Dr. Puyam Rakesh, independent researcher and former research fellow, ICWA New Delhi, panel member. Dr. Mohammad Farizuddin, assistant professor, Dhanamandjuri University. Livestream Walkim, a research scholar, and Dr. Chinglen Maisnam, HOD, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University. Dr. Noni Arambam, associate professor, Dhanamandjuri University, Dr. Kamuzam Sana Tombang, Department of Political Science, Manipur University. Haizariba, Ikai Kumnajariba, Masum Kumnajaribi, academiciansing asina ngasigi panel members oibiduna akhoi first session asi hauna namakta tanjadu lauzage. Taganing singjage. First topic of the thematic discussion, India's role in geopolitics and strategic interests. Moderator or Bigada Bekai Kumnajariba, Dr. Chinglet Maisnam, HOD, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University. Dais the Lekhat Pirae. Amasung panel members or in the Kausinjari, Dr. Puyam Rakesh, independent researcher and former research fellow, ICWA New Delhi. Dais the Lekhat Pirakna Magina. Mathang asi Dr. Muhammad Farizuddin, Assistant Professor, Dhanamandjuri University bu hol asigi manungda leibiragadi dai sa lekhat piraknabagidamagta kausinjari. Laishram Welkin, research scholar, and Dr. Chinglin Maisnam, HOD, Department of Southeast Asian Studies, Manipur University. Hol asigi manungda leibiragadi dai sa lekhat piraknabagidamagta kausinjari. Dr. Noni Arambam, Associate Professor, Dhanamandjuri University, bu mafam asida hol manungda leibiragadi dai sa lekhat piraknabagidamagta kausinjari. Dr. Kanguzam Sanatomba, Department of Political Science, Manipur University. Madungda leibiragadi, Dice and Hekat Pinagnamanita Vakta Kausentari.
ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯦꯀꯥꯗꯃꯤꯛ ꯗꯤꯁꯀꯣꯔꯁ ꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯤꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯄꯨ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯖꯔꯤ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯒꯤ ꯇꯦꯛꯅꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯁꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯉꯥꯡꯂꯣꯏ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯃꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯦꯛ ꯃꯇꯨꯡꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯆꯥꯛꯆꯥ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯂꯟꯆ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯦꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯨꯕ ꯇꯦꯛꯅꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯁꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯂꯩꯔꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯅꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯐꯪꯖꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯡ ꯑꯃꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯐꯪꯉꯤꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤ 80 minutes ꯐꯥꯅ ꯌꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯨ almost 11:40 ꯌꯧꯁꯤꯜꯂꯛꯑꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯐꯪꯗꯕꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ learned resource persons ꯃꯉꯥ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯕꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯃꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯅꯤꯠ 10 ꯌꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ 9ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 10 ꯐꯥꯎꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯅꯦꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯅꯤꯡꯁꯤꯡꯕꯤꯒꯗꯕ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯊꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯍꯤꯔꯝꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯦꯟꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯅꯩꯅꯕꯗ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯋꯥꯕ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯍꯤꯔꯝ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯃꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯃ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯧꯁꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯇꯝꯕꯤꯔꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯅꯕꯦꯝꯕꯔ 1863ꯗ ꯑꯕ꯭ꯔꯥꯍꯥꯝ ꯂꯤꯡꯀꯟꯅ ꯉꯥꯡꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯔꯣꯜ ꯃꯇꯦꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯤꯅꯤꯠ 3ꯒꯤ ꯌꯧꯈꯤꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯣꯔꯇꯦꯁ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯣꯁ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯝꯄꯦꯛꯐꯨꯜ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯆ ꯑꯣꯏꯈꯤꯕ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯗꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯂꯦꯡꯁꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯔꯅꯦꯗ ꯁ꯭ꯀꯣꯂꯔꯁꯤꯡꯅꯁꯨ ꯄꯦꯄꯔ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯖꯦꯟꯇꯔꯁꯤꯡꯅꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯔꯤꯉꯩ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤ ꯇꯦꯟꯅ ꯂꯧꯕꯤꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯃꯣꯁ ꯏꯝꯄꯦꯛꯐꯨꯜ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯆꯇꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯍꯟꯕꯤꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯇꯔꯃꯤꯅꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯖꯥꯔꯒꯣꯟ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯦꯛꯁꯄ꯭ꯂꯣꯖꯟ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯖꯥꯔꯒꯣꯟꯁ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯌꯥꯔꯤꯉꯩ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯕꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯂꯨꯅ ꯏꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯊꯝꯕꯗꯤ ꯈꯔ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯟꯗ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯚꯥꯕꯣꯛꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯌꯦꯡꯒ ꯈꯔ ꯂꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯑꯣꯡꯗ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯅꯦꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ ꯁꯦꯂꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯕꯤꯔꯤꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯗꯩꯗ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯊꯕꯛ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯛ ꯈꯪꯅꯔꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯎꯕꯤꯔꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯒꯨꯗ ꯃꯤꯛꯁ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯟꯇꯦꯂꯦꯛꯆꯨꯑꯦꯜ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯆꯤꯡꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯄꯨꯟꯕ ꯊꯤꯡ ꯇꯦꯡ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯗꯨ ꯇꯦꯡ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯀꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯃꯄꯨꯡ ꯐꯥꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯤꯐꯝ ꯑꯃꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯝꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯧꯖꯔꯔꯣꯏ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯗ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯊꯪ ꯃꯅꯥꯎ ꯅꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯧꯊꯣꯛꯆꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯒꯤꯁꯤ ꯗꯥꯛꯇꯔ ꯄꯨꯌꯥꯝ ꯔꯥꯀꯦꯁ Independent Researchers and a former research fellow ICWA New Delhi for research ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯥꯛꯇꯔ ꯄꯨꯌꯥꯝ ꯔꯥꯀꯦꯁꯅ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯔꯣꯜ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯒꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯦꯛꯅꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯁꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯁꯕ ꯊꯤꯝꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯁ ꯔꯣꯜ ꯏꯟ ꯖꯤꯑꯣꯄꯣꯂꯤटिक्स and strategic interestꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯊꯝꯖꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯅꯤꯠ 10ꯗꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯥꯎꯕꯤꯗꯅ ꯅꯤꯡꯁꯤꯡꯕꯤꯅꯅꯕ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯀ ꯍꯟꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
Thank you, Oza. Tenzin Zarakanda, Thoramasibu, Simbi Lambiba, Pai Panabapu, Kaitanabu, Saredo, Linkson Beva, Pai Panamobusu, I get phone Nona, Kaitanabu history. Matamsuyam Pangamina, Dieta Hauser again. Piviba topic Siga Marila Nabada, I professional life, Aduga, research experience Sabatare, I research China Masung Myanmar relationship over. Ado yamna di wagi ba maram di China zu communist country we bani na margi keno se information data ke ka je koi yamna censor to ba do ka kaya ni koi ye Myanmar su military janta ge keno ina yam lai bani na ko ado na ngasai ki researcher mo ina yam struggle to ge ba do ma topic ma wai anyhow ai gi live ta sugumba imaleba manipur gi koi gi sugumba issue ama ha dare manipur crisis si understand tong na ba do understand tong min na ba hona ba da ai gi angam ba contribution khara Sumaina, Kudong Sava Pang Bahagare, Masigi, I journey Avatare, Masiga, Sagonana, the Mina La, Panina, Masi Kudong Sava Silosa Kanda, and highlight those in Bab point Kra, Tentor, sections in the local Serico. Under India, Amasung, China, diplomatic relations established over the 75th anniversary, 75th anniversary, Marilena, Xi Jinping, President of People's Republic of China, Nathamgiba. Magi congratulatory message ta pibagi matung ina India amasung China gi tango haiba tare ko koi punna ani se dance to na ba adi cooperative relationship mutual trust sagat pagi mathau ba warol ama lai masi si positive trend ama ni ko masi kari gi damakta koina understand to mathau tar yeno hairaga di akoina mamang na hangana yema matamda 2017 da koi Doklam incident or Doklam standoff hairana India, Bhutan, and China, Lebao Hungi Tainava Tri-Junction Point, Dolam Petu, the region Sida, Yamaso, Wato Matoki, India, Masung China, Maratu. Madugi Matunda, Eastern Ladaki region, the Kogi Galwan class side enough, Galwan Valley, the Misi Minaya, Wadu, Saur, Iran, Katoka, Matunda, Kogi, India, Masung China relationships there, Dogimatic Piban. So they are still trying to reset the relationship with little success so far. Aduna, the point is after after the Dolam standoff, there was something called the informal summit between the two leaders of the two ancient giants, namely Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping, held in Wuhan in April 2017, 2018. So that was a very significant development as far as China-India relations is concerned. But unfortunately, because of the emerging geopolitical dynamics in the region and also China's rise and its increasing capabilities in military, economic, and political terms, in every sphere, including key technologies, this has derailed that relationship because of the underlying competition between the two ancient giants. This happened to be neighbors having a unsettled border called line of actual control. And we all know this. So after this incident in Galwan Valley, for the first time, the two leaders met at Kazan in Russia
on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. And the two leaders managed to share their concerns and convey positive messages for bringing the relationship back to normalcy. So this restoration is moving forward, restoration of ties is moving forward as we discuss about the ongoing Manipur crisis here in the MU campus. Now, after that Kazan meeting between the two leaders, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, he visited Beijing as a leader of the special representatives on boundary question between China and India. And this special representative talks was held after a gap of 5 years. So that shows, the gravity of the situation between these two countries. On 1st April this year, while commemorating that 75th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between the two countries, the Foreign Secretary of India, Mr. Vikram Misri, conveyed that a stable bilateral relationship would contribute to humanity as a whole. Stable bilateral relationship between these two countries will contribute to humanity's well-being. This is my personal view, and I had conveyed this to the, MEA people when I was working as a research fellow at ICWA. And it was not received, with open arms, but they understood that Northeast India has a potential for growth and prosperity with abundant natural resources and geostrategically located, sharing international borders with Myanmar, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and also with China. However, we are not able to take advantage of, this because of the animosity between India and China. And this is something that we need to, convey clearly to New Delhi, people who are in the power corridor. And we need to have, sincere heart-to-heart talk regarding these matters, though these are considered very sensitive. And on the emerging regional geopolitics in India's neighborhood, I do not want to, mention all the incidents that has happened, all the incidents that had happened in the recent time in Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, Bangladesh. Out of all these, I would like to emphasize the developments taking place in Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar to, for one of time and space. Bhutan and China are having, talks on border demarcation and delimitation. After the 25th round of talks on boundary settlement, the two countries are, trying to reach an agreement on this. And we all know the sensitivity involved in this matter because there will be certain give and take of territories between China and Bhutan, and India is concerned about the territorial swap, which was proposed by Beijing some years back, because that will threaten India's already vulnerable Siriguli corridor. And in this context, I would like to mention what Muhammad Yunus, the chief advisor to the interim government of Bangladesh, during his visit to Beijing to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping, he had made some controversial statement regarding the Seven Sister States and the landlocked nature of this region called Northeast India, and Bangladesh being the, the guardian to the sea, having that, key to the door for this landlocked region of India to have access to the sea. So this has created controversy. Haiba, I malon su ka tawjage asengmadi English yam comfortably oirabani. Ado ngasai gi haiba sigi development sina Siliguri corridor gi magi vulnerability si amuka hena mapan thongna miyam da khangan bai tare. when Myanmar the thoiba Bangladesh the thokraba segasina kogi pham thadoga siengi bagi kaigi sigi geopolitical turning haiba tare sigi maras daida Yunus na Muhammad Yunus na Beijing da salaga thamu wafam si kogi yamna sensitive oina lawba maramdi Siliguri corridor chicken snake aina su khangnaba mafam se India gi oina yamna vulnerable oi haiba se aina haiba nate Muhammad Yunus na haiba nate political geography na haiba ni strategic thinkers in haiba adubu luribo wafamdi Bangladesh amasung Pakistan 1971 war matungda lainariba misunderstandings myam loisandaba issues myam si loisandanabagi wafam Cairo da pangthokiba 2024 da pangthokiba dugumba D8 ki summit amada akoigi Pakistan ki Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif ka akoigi Muhammad Yunus ka wari saba matamda masi loisalakanda Bangladesh amasung Pakistan ki marak lainariba akoigi relationship se koigi normalcy pornaba masigi honabagi thibam amlai madugi iroina na Bangladesh ki military delegation Pakistan da visit tokre Pakistan dagi 4-member delegation of ISI Inter Services Intelligence ki team ama Bangladesh da koirakre aduna laiba developments daida India gi oina di masagi koigi NSA Azidoval na yamna emphasis India has to prepare for two-front war, I would say. Pakistan su China amukta da punna thingnaba madugi sem saba mathau tai I would say Azidoval na yamna strongly thamba da point amani mayamna double doctrine haiga su khangnaba. Aduna laiba developments in sida masagi vulnerability of chicken snake si masi akogi defensive depth yaudabani any problem ama thorpa kanda India na magi militarily defend tawnabagi aduga Northeast region si kayani India gi servo moina lengana thamnabagi honabda awaba mayonaba aduna masigi development siga sagi Bhutan amasung China ga border demarcation gi wafam ama tawno honabase masi akogi tu na yema matamda India gi strategic thinkers in security analysts gi mako adugi matik sikpo wafam ama oiraga lay haibase ai masi imtanga panjarange matangda mayamna su yamna khawrangna su nainariba aduga nainabiriba Myanmar gi su February 2021 dagi lakiba akogi military coup gi wafam siga mari lainabada aina thamjani wafam si ngasai gi China gi oina di Myanmar haiba lebasi akoina Burma ga su khangnaba lebasi magi geostrategic value haiba tare magi location neither geographical location si atoge matik maru oibanina China na Myanmar je kayani akogi sutha thadongda maroina kaigino haiganda to have access to the Indian Ocean and access to the sea through Myanmar se masina China da pigidariba kanabasidi atoge matik yang rather immense benefits out of it maroina akogi industrial supply and value chain gi ngasi mayamna tabiramani masigi wafam ji laganda masagi akogi yamna sangba China gi coastal seaboard gi ko eastern seaboard gi laga akogi yamna khuba akogi Sero Malacca faura laga de lambi yamna su matam sana sangba ko sigi logistics chain gi awaba ji masi nathaira kanda akogi Myanmar je phaudoga masagi seaports maroina Yangon amadi Sofu gi deep sea ports instead gi ngasagi China na akogi Africa ga Asia ga Latin America Europe na simbale basinga trade to boda adugi matik magi kayani kayani advantage adugi matik yamna lay badar China na saba pothok singse adugi matik maman se competitive oigada wa international market aduna akoina su mayamna khangbire odoni geo economic saiba akogi subfield ama akogi geopolitics ka su yamna mari leinana akogi mayamna dum tabi ba horamani masidaida akogi maroina natural resources ki magi trade ki technology ki aduga haiba mayam asi kamaina leibak sina magi foreign policy da magi power enhance tawna ba maximize tawna ba hona ba kamaina season haibana singbagi wafam sida masai ngasi Donald Trump gi magi hanga tam da gi horaga ngasi pawa makha sathareba trade and technology warfare haibse masi geo economics ki ko yamna sawa saruga mani aduna
Dr. Rakesh matam si minit taraga mari surakatore
sir ai loisanjarage aduna ngasai gi Myanmar gi wafam jila pakanda Myanmar se koina China na BRI gi makada China Myanmar economic corridor gi Myanmar je phawraga Yangon amasung Sofu port aduga magi energy pipeline sing se Malacca dilemma si koigi masidi khara makai ko dependence on Malacca dilemma se koigi handana bo hona bo kanda aduki mati magi kayani ko si khongthang je amna kanna sangsalak pasina India gi oina di magi regional security environment adugi mati sauna sai king pi ba haidar aduna masigi development si ngasagi aikoi misam singnadi understand phajana tawba ngamdraga su magi security and strategic implications for India ko si adugi mati saw ba haidar maduna ngasagi masi thengna bo honarakpada India na USA Japan singba like minded countries singa pullaga masigi segment tongna ba honarakpagi plan ama masida yawba ko aduga loisalakpada aina panjaningba point amana ngasai hairiba China da leiba magi China na Myanmar da sengaliba projects myam aduga China Myanmar economic corridor gi projects myam si ngak sena bo honabada instability leibani na ngasai private security services law si Myanmar na pass tawkhre koigi February this year sida aduga masina Chinese security personnel sing se koigi private security funds ki makada koigi deploy tawbagi khudong sabam lai masina hena deepening to why that is China's footprint in Myanmar is hena deepening to Sagi oil and natural gas ki pipeline dona Bay of Bengal China ki presence maroina naval presence henkalan basi masigi mathak to aduga loisalak pada thamjaning bo afam amana ekoi na ngasagi geopolitics ka ethnicity ga sigi entangle ama akoi leibagi posi masi akoi na understand tongna bo hona kanda akoi ni amna kupthana changada basi akoi da facts kodi makti leite researcher moina akoi na thi bo hona jaraga supa adubu ngasagi 2023 da ko ngasagi akoi 2023 gi National Defense Authorization Act haidana ngasagi USA gi law ma pass taweba masi akoi December gi 2022 da pass tawni Joe Biden gi Masigna Myanmar democracy ki irang horiba ethnic armed organizations sing PDF National Unity Government aduga tunga ba democracy ki fight oriba organizations sing da ahogi non lethal ahogi assistance pibagi ayaba sing asagi sigi X na ayaba pi USA government da ko adana masigi X da masiga Manipur da tholaiba irang siga somewhere mari amadi laigani aina professional life taki haidopa yadaba pot khara layga su India gi national security interest ta insurgency factor in Northeast India haibasi masi yam saw factor mani aduna thoiba pose aigi oba understanding and observations tadi asagi China ga India ga mungna ba US ga China ga Asia zo Myanmar da sang pasiga mari lainana masagi ethnic laiba aspirations sing sidaida USA na pro democracy gi magi mateng ama sauna khuting thorakpase masigi makhazida masida tholakpa kogi trans border kogi tribes sing haiba tare kuki sin kambu myam sigi ko mai kogi pak sawa du masigi ihau si ngasagi Manipur gi internal dynamics tuga mari lainana kogi masi sumaina khangodana 2023 gi mi gi seida sumaina safong gi bani haidana is sumaina thamjage ko aduga recommendation gi wafam oiraga wafam dadi ai kitang kupthana ai oja thobu haida ai gi site gi recommendation sing ai adum pisanjage matam su yam leitabani ai gi paper presentation just dai loisanjage khudong chaba lega di makha ta na khana nei na bada ai asim share tawjage haktare thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Puyam Rakesh, independent researcher and a former research fellow ICWA New Delhi. Ahanbagi wangaloi oibanina piriba matamdagi koi minute mari mangadi Farizudin, Assistant Professor, DMU. The hygienic Bamna Kogi subtimti Samanapa Hiramda Tobanina, Yaringe Kogi, Mamang the Gambi, Wanglo and Gambi, do Kogi repetition, Tobida Isagi Pointa, Tambiragadi Yamain. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I stopwatch Tamjage, 10 minutes, except Toganabo Vanajage. Respected panelists, respected invitees and delegates, Mayampunamu Kurumjari. Now, without wasting time, I kitangdi Hanjangadra in a column, but I Hanjalaloige. First, to make it interesting, I Metilondo in Ayamangangage, although English the Kitang, English the power in English, the Sudum Europe on semi-consciously. Although I facts kara throw out again. Nasi Aquina Manipur conflict siga, the geopolitics siga, Yam Marie Lane, Habaki, Han Bakudam Sika in Avakanda, China na the blessing Yaudana 2020 Wanda military Kuuma to China ki blessing Yaudana, Sungam Gamoy have a simasi Hana Tamjage. Aduga Kaigova military coup sida maram oiraga makoida internal turmoil lama tholak pasina maram oiraga akoi conflict se hena concern oiba aduga conflict se leram daba pawo yai haibagi pot sima ai ahan bada masi linkage ai thamjage aduga China hairaga China dagi loi tholapa ngaktani matam amada US na chalo chalo bafam jingda lan tawi haibagi pot ama Henry Kissinger nate US ki foreign secretary Dulles Porter male aduna mana haiba masulai aduna China is the kitang kenaraga so China is another US because China ga US ki sigi strategic rivalry maro in Asia da masi India da effect away India ki policy magi strategic as well as kenogi policies yamna fluctuate oiba adugumba matam mamada lady China se kamaina counter tawgani contain tawgani aduga directly involved tawdaba I fact mari khaktang toast tawge mayam da to make it more interesting ahan da East Asia report in 2024 da Asia, Southeast Asian Studies isak Singapore da laiba adugi institute amana machai gudingi fongi masida polap ohum kaktang masida India ga China ge power structures e kayam yam na khene je kun u phangana ahamada yam thuna hijage country across the region ASEAN countries tarasida Vietnam dagi hora as Myanmar dagi horaga Vietnam Singapore bhaw mokoi da hangi across 395 participants intellectual as well as activists as well as politicians and public the hangi ahan da paidagi ASEAN have a reason sida quite a powerful or Asia the quite a powerful 21st century da kanano have a kanda India is at the 9th position taragi manung the India is 9th position New Zealand is 10th number 1 is not US but China number 2 is of course Australia is at 7th position India is at 9th position second fact same report sida China who as a power amoina Asia the maroina Southeast Asia among South Asia the power in a except the Indo-Pacific region the Ivakanda 44% of that respondents says we accept China hydra US is it only 26% superpower militarily as well as economically second fact number 3 India se masigi factor top 5 the sule late number 3 January 2024 the China na community of a shared future aduga global community of common destiny haidana China ki vision nama Asia for Asians haidana masigi makhada strategy initiatives mayam lay one is Belt and Road Initiative launched in 2013 and other global initiatives development initiatives civilization initiative sida country tara Southeast Asia country tara da taret sign to web they are Cambodia Indonesia Laos Malaysia Myanmar Thailand and Vietnam Philippines ka Singapore ga adagi Indonesia ga Indonesia signed away country ahum se thadu okanda these 4 countries have embraced China's vision which is anti-US to an extent anti-India Asia for Asians the kanana leader oigani China na and finally fourth factors ina kaino haba matamda US na linkhat ba BRI sibu Belt and Road sibu counter tongna na bagi pambay amakagtang Indo-Pacific Economic Framework haidna mamangi President Biden administration ni makara India is also part of that adugi matungina India Bay of Bengal da in kano se India is supporting the United States limitedly sigisida kayo habakanda 2000 Basically, positive sentiments, US is going initiative India positive sentiments, survey to Womatamda 40% positive sentiment Pangi Sigisda. This is decline from 46%, 6% decline from 2023. Whereas Masiki negative sentiments 11.7% Dagina 2023 da 2024 Europe that's a 15%. That is an increase of nearly 5% of negative sentiments against US initiative. Magi impact on efficacy in Southeast Asia da masi late haina. Now masigi factors when compared to China in the Indo-Pacific region India from ASEAN countries, because hubs and spoke system US ki foreign policy is that in the Quad countries, Mari ASEAN countries no mayai Mataida, European Union, UK, France, Germany, Aduga Somdana, South Korea, Australia, Japan, India, US, China out. Siki US ki structures, the ASEAN is at the center of that hub and spoke system, which has been implemented since the Second World War, or at least onset of the Cold War. SIG is the India's part only. Now, this hub and spoke system led by the United States as a police state has been seriously challenged by United States And Masida India also Labagi Maranzina Kaino Matamda, Myanmar, Kukuti, China, multifaceted influence, Indiana Kamina counter, Tong Havagan, India ki strategic say policy, say consistent way, concrete way, sometimes trying to play double game like China is doing with junta and the EAOs. India is also trying to do this. One particular example is, I always give this example, CM Landuma's recent March they try to unite or merge two Chin communities or Chin groups into one Chinland Council. This is one example. Before that, Mamang Ichihida, Rajya Sabha ki MP, it was sent. Although New Delhi appears to reprimand that move, but without green light or green signal of the strategic community, including the Prime Minister's office, this could not have happened. So India is playing officially by acting unofficially. This is one example of such move. Aduna, hiding India in Hamatam, yam tension jarage, India ki strategic culture ki magi background, informed the hiding money. But what I'm trying to say is that India ki Myanmar policy is asokibatik haphazard oi habase New Delhi su khangi, and this is not because kaigin hamatamda Nehruvian strategic culture, which was there in the previous government till 2014, the subculture of institutional pragmatism high. Ado sigise Anobama 2014 dagi lakre. This is realist pragmatism, which is trying to play a kind of the word called Vishwabandhu, Vishwaguru, and all these things, but without actually India having a materialistic position. Ideational, spiritual, but without material. But China is playing both. That spiritual is just part of it, that soft power is part of it. They are backed by military and economic powers, like CNP, Comprehensive National Power of China. Adana, independent of the China ki global vision, India does not have, and which is completely reflected in India's Southeast Asia policy, including Act East policy. Now India is going to have from look east to act Indo-Pacific policy, but hiding India Indo-Pacific policy is not Indo-Pacific, it is Indian Ocean region. India is not having a capability to outreach beyond Indian Ocean region, because Indian Ocean region, the achawa competition, and I don't want to repeat what my previous speakers have said, if Myanmar is not controlled, or Myanmar, the China ki influence high target in Northeast, and this is something current we can't imagine, but this is going to be. And India ki strategic culture, and many people says that some how many minutes? Okay, so because I will take 2 minutes or maybe 3 minutes. India ki strategic culture is haphazard because my structure was about for 20 minutes, but since I am doing it for 10 minutes, India ki post 91, Cold War, India ki, this is the context of India's present structure and failures. And I also appreciate some of the policies, but this informs India's strategy. Basic debate India's rise. China's rise, China, people are saying China's rise. China does not say we are rising. Later on, after 2008 Beijing Olympic, they said it's a peaceful rise, not rise. India rise. President Kalam, I respect him. President Kalam already said by 2020. So that hyperaction was already there 1991. So India is a democracy, China is not a democracy. Adugi trapped chakre. This is the United States, the lead of Adugumba propaganda. Number one, India's rise, emergence, debates. Number two, the India nuclearization, because post 98, India had second explosion. The India exceptionalism. This is the typical things that the city upon the hills and all these things. India's exceptionalism, culturally, spiritually, soft power, yoga. This started 1991. Sigi strategic debate, do we have a strategic culture? And foreign minister, honorable foreign minister said, S. Jaishankar said that multi-alignment strategic culture India, which is on the Indic civilization or Hindu civilization, not Hindutva, but Hindu civilization or Indic civilization, which is informed by deconstructing the Nehruvian non-alignment, but This is not much different from the non-alignment. Kanagumana high neutral alignment ni non-alignment nate. Adagi Prime Minister keeps on saying in his strategic community in MEA and MOD and PMOs keeps on saying and the think tank industry is strategic autonomy. Now these are propagated in disguise of a strategic culture, but this strategic culture is we can't find evidence of a concrete strategic culture which is consistent and comprehensive. Sigi questions by 2005 the question of India's ascent, a shooting star in the global affairs or world affairs, the Indo-Pacific, the Asia-Pacific, shooting star was trying to challenge China, Western period. Now the situation is that India except it's become an instrument. The West thinks that it will not endanger US the late over Bretton Woods system, liberal global order, say challenge India. India will not betray its rights while we benign. Masike trap. This is the trap that India had. And India has some genuine some kahini. This is where India is situated rather, and it is bound to counter China's influence, but it is unable, it is unable to counter it. Aduna, India ke policy da strategic culture da sigi finally I Myanmar ke policy se skip tawjara kanda Myanmar ki policy se katang palamge strategic oscillation ni ani subada double game tawagi mong da China counter tawna ba du ahum subu matamda strategic alternative to China abdi India na ma ki checkbook se match to economically international democracy kasi promote to. But honestly my finding is India is not interested in installing or supporting anything. India is basically a realist subcultures, India is not, but India is also trying to, and it's more and more tilted towards the US approach, which has been since 1945. Last recommendations, formally I will write also. It's time to have concrete and consistent Myanmar policy taking into account people's concerns, particularly in India's northeast, not northeast India, but India's northeast. Number two, geography does not necessarily dictate strategy. Transboundary movements have become a geopolitical issue today that we have been affected also. So India needs a tactful diplomacy. What kind of diplomacy? That's very in detail. We can do it later. Number three, para-diplomacy that Mizoram is playing, Chief Minister is playing, should not preclude selective participants. It should be inclusive and it should concern every state of the Northeast region, including Manipur and its people. Number four, border fencing across the international border is necessary. Border fencing is necessary. It's not about Meitei, it's not about Kuki, it's not about Manipur. It's about India to reestablish its sovereignty. Nation state, the fixed territories, essential element. Regarding FMR, it should preclude any influx of people, and it's a contentious issue, I must accept. And number five, finally, there should be clear-cut distinction between Indian state or India's national interest, whether it's a strategic, political, economic, or culture, and political and administrative interest of any government, incumbent government, who is in New Delhi. So we must engage meaningful consultations with local communities to avoid consequences while formulating foreign policy from New Delhi. Masih Haijaraga, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. M.D. Farijuddin, Assistant Professor, DMU. Militra mangati lobire kesukai de lobro. Ado koi matangi koi Dr. Noni Rampam zamanaba matam pijage ado misana dum khanbiro. Associate Professor, Dhanabajuri University. Dr. Noni Rampam.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am 10 12:15 tare 12:25 tai chapchan lo shino hone jage. Ihan han badai khoi question amaka khoi khana bai ai khoi na geopolitics ki wafam si khang khang udri yam kan nei na re isi kari gi no haiba si ama ai khoi mang da tar ga le wafam ni ado geopolitics haiba si khoi na magi meaning si yeng tar ga di ai khoi gi lam na maram oi raga lam da yum pham oi ba laingak po kang na ba asi ai khoi na geopolitics hai nei cham cham na lo bi ai ai khoi na asi pham li ba ma pham na tre hing li ba lam dam asi da hari ba ma pham asi na maram oi duna muknaba natragana masiga marilenaba laingak posing kangnarpa malemgi sakti sing yarakpa amadi manunggi oiba mioi singna natragana laingak singna policy sing simlakpa mong sibu aikona geopolitics kawi ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ geopolitics ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ identity ꯁꯛꯂꯣꯟ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯅꯩꯅꯅꯤꯡꯉꯥꯏ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯛꯏꯁꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯏ ꯂꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯏꯈꯪ ꯈꯪꯍꯧꯗꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯨꯕ ꯀ꯭ꯋꯦꯁꯆꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯇꯥꯏ ꯂꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯀꯌꯥꯃꯨꯛ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯀꯨꯏꯔꯕꯖꯥꯠꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯨꯕ ꯋꯥꯍꯪꯅꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯇꯥꯏ ꯂꯝ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯕꯗꯤ geopoliticsꯀꯤ ꯆꯩꯊꯦꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯅꯪꯉꯝꯂꯣꯏꯗ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯗꯦꯜꯂꯤꯗ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯕꯤꯍꯥꯔꯗ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯄꯠꯅꯥꯗ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯃꯅꯗꯤ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯚꯣꯖꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯃꯅꯗꯤ geopoliticsꯀꯤ ꯆꯩꯊꯦꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯃꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯍꯛꯊꯦꯡꯅꯅ ꯐꯪꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯝꯒꯗꯧꯕ ꯃꯥꯟꯗꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯍꯥꯛꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯐꯝꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯟꯅꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯟꯖꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯤꯈꯤꯗꯦ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯁꯣꯝꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯉꯁꯤꯅ ꯅꯣꯔꯊ ꯏꯁ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯦꯁꯇꯔꯟ ꯁꯥꯎꯊ ꯏꯁ ꯑꯦꯁꯤꯌꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯅꯆꯤꯡꯕ ꯂꯩꯕꯥꯛꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ geopoliticsꯀꯤ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯒ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯥꯒꯣꯟꯅꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯨꯕ proposition ꯑꯍꯨꯝꯁꯨꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯕꯁꯤ geopolitics ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯇꯥꯏ ꯂꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯥꯡꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯑꯃꯗ ꯑꯣꯏꯈꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯧꯖꯒꯦ colonialism ꯂꯥꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯉꯩ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯤ borderland ꯑꯃꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ consciousnessꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯤ borderland ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯝꯗꯦ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ western south east asiaꯒꯤ politicsꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯤ theater ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯛ center stage ꯑꯃ ꯂꯧꯔꯝꯕ kingdom state ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯃꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯍꯪꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯔꯝꯅ ꯇꯞꯅ ꯇꯞꯅ borderland ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯛꯈꯤꯕꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯍꯪꯁꯤ ꯍꯪꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯗꯤ colonial policy ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ post colonial ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯈꯤꯕ policyꯁꯤꯡꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯔꯤ ꯂꯩꯅꯩ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯂꯥꯡꯂꯤꯕ ꯈꯠꯅꯔꯤꯕ ꯈꯠꯅꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯃꯐꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯐꯝꯂꯤꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯤꯛꯂꯝꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯆꯠꯊꯔꯛꯄꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯧꯃꯤꯟꯅꯒꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯈꯟꯖꯩ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ border ꯈꯨꯗꯤꯡꯃꯛ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ propositionꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯏꯕꯁꯤꯡꯗꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯝ argument ꯇꯧꯖꯕꯅꯤ border ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ line ꯑꯃꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯁꯤ line ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯆꯤꯡꯂꯕ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯈꯨꯗꯤꯡꯃꯛꯇ ꯃꯇꯥꯏ ꯂꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯍꯟꯕꯗꯤ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯏ ꯂꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯍꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯤ policyꯅ ꯑꯣꯏꯍꯜꯂꯛꯄꯅꯤ line ꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯣꯏꯍꯟꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯅ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯤꯕ ꯆꯩꯊꯦꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ border ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯗꯨꯇ ꯅꯠꯇꯅ border asibu matailam on bamaungda raniti torokpa asina northeast india da geopolitics po kangarapagi bharat amadi china natragana mapan lamgi lebak singi po kuni rai laina hairiba historical records sing asra uba phangi tension labada geography revenge of geography and apuna panaba larik asida su yam kana sumain iba mati angthok lai ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯐꯝꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯥꯡꯅ ꯄꯥꯛꯅ ꯁꯦꯟꯅꯗꯅ ꯊꯝꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯕꯗꯤ ꯃꯄꯥꯟꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯑꯣꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯃꯄꯥꯟꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯋꯔꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯅ ꯇꯞꯅ ꯇꯞꯅ ꯆꯪꯁꯤꯜꯂꯛꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯆꯥꯛ ꯑꯣꯏ ꯀꯥꯏꯅ ꯊꯪꯗ ꯃꯁꯤꯅ ꯃꯨꯛꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯆꯥꯛ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯛꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯏꯁꯇꯔꯟ ꯖꯔꯃꯅꯤꯗꯁꯨ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯈꯤ ꯔꯁꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯛꯕ ꯂꯝꯗꯝꯁꯤꯡꯗꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯈꯤ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯑꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯃꯨꯛꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯐꯤꯕꯝ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯗ ꯑꯥꯏꯟ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯂꯣ ꯆꯠꯅꯗꯕ ꯃꯐꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯛꯄꯅ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯁꯨ geopolitics amati trans border politics taunabagi achoba mahum sabam amadi manipurgi lamdam asida oirani haibasimadi mayamna amadi civil society intellectual sing checksiningai oi maramadana policy recommendation tawbadasu aikuna asum haina lawlessness na create toba manba sina manipur asida geopolitics amadi counter insurgency gi wafam sing asi kangkham oiragadra haibagi chingnaba chauna lei haibasini maram aduna asai akogi vice chancellor panbiramba demographic development ki complexities su hengala isu hairiba geopolitical space mayama manipur create torpa sinani hain thamsike yamna interesting oiba wafam kharaga ina thamjani aikoina ngasai ngangne basina burma centric ona ngangnei aina hobji ngangje gadori basin north mayamgi aina miyeng si wafam anida sing sinjani notice hariba lam natrang manipur hariba lam asi karam haina matailam olakkhibage haibagi history asi aikona yengminaba matamda neinaba yaba wafam ani thaklai madudi ahan bada northeastern frontier agency nefa ani suba matamda aikona forward policy of the Nehru government ani asi neinadana northeast the geopolitics neinaba asi kitang akona historical foundation adubo kauthok pi bagum oigadra haina khali maramdi geopolitics hojik nainarapom to the philosophy of nefa haidana very alwen phong ki balairik amadi 1961 aswaida China ga India ga oxide in the lamunarapa matamda thokiba geopolitics marona forward policy of the Nehru government asiga notice the Bharat na yengnaba miyeng asiga yamnamak military gi perspective tagi mari lengai haibase ngasigi mifamda thamjige maramaduna colonial gi matamda chatharamba forward policy Lord Wellesley na towards the end of the 18th century and towards the beginning of the 19th century Lord Wellesley ngasini chahi chani mamangda chathigiba lam chauthokpagi British Empire gi lam chauthokpagi policy adurasu forward policy haiba wahi ase seasonai haiba policy asigi chapmana maming asi Nehru government na chahi chani mukki chahi chamu yankhai mukki matungda amuk na honana season nakhi haiba si aikona nainaba yai aina hojek mayamda hangzagodri wahang ase aikoi punna khanaminaba nungainaba aigona mi mari khatang ngairaba male hojek aikoina hangminaba ya wahang ase what is the problem of geopolitical frontierization haibadi aikoina sigumba aikoigi laingak po kangphum oirakpa malemgi laipak sing asigi sanapu oirakpa se masida aikoina Chekshin Gadaba, Amadi Aikuna Logadaba, Wafam Singa Sikarino, Haibase, Aikuna, Malengi Sakti Singa Sundati Chai Bamsu, Makogi policy, Nainaba Kaktanatana, Labnam Sonda Kundariba, Kangluk Mio Sing Nasu, Haiba geopolitical development Sida, Makuna Karam Himinagani, Haibagi, Wakalona Sisu, Aikogi discussion, Amadi, Akoi analysis, geopolitics ki laiba aduguma win nasida aikoi soikoi fereb lobangam dabri hum kigani haibasini maramadna ngasi aikoi Chin state ki politics Mizoram de Europa aduga Sigyang division the local politics is Manipur de Yoshalakpa punamak Chittagong hill tracks the labor politics is Manipuram transfer toshlakpa punamak ase geopolitics ki laiba choba investment in terms of money investment in terms of policy and the growing number of deep states working in the region siga marinene yeng bamathautai ngasai na hodokseramba nefa gi matang asi North Eastern Frontier Agency Arunachal hain ngasi khangai ba lam asi government of India na karam haina lenga kadagi haibasi makhoi yamna wakiba adugu mafam amani haiba lamdam sing asi marona North East asi tribal amadi India ga ka haina samnaram daba politically samnaram daba laibak sing oibana tribal sing yamna khundaba oibane adugu mate awaba pipam de laikibana North East Frontier Agency haibase government of India 1935 ta haiba concept asi poki aduga haiba concept asi sum Indiana ning tamba phangkhra matungda makhoi gi problem asi karam haina administration tawgadabano haibasi khangdabana tapna Minister of External Affairs the 1950 the Sinaki amasung nefa se chahi 1965 ta chahi tara manga leraga Minister of Home Affairs the Sinaki asumna tawduna nefa haiba North East China ga thengai ba borderland asida angak pa yam unsettling oba tangdu leita daba policy military policy gi wafam asi sagon rega lakhi maram asimak na 1950 ga 457 otherwise the very alvency British Indian citizenship piraga maha ase North East Frontier Agency asi naina na bagidam tane Nehru na appoint tawki amasung maha na chingmi sing asi tokhaina thamna ba makoi se mix tawbidana ba policy recommendation tawrami haibasi aikona khangi adubu Khangbigadabadi 1957 da Mahaki policy asi very na Maki philosophy asi North East ki tribal sing is come and loina gadigi haibaji haiba taragasu Maki culture Maki distinctiveness asi protect Obigadabani haibasu Matang Adudani Armed Forces Special Powers Lakiba Matang Adudani Nagagi insurgency ki mayokta akan military operations Satakiba Punama asi Aikona Yengi Madudi Indiana North East security dimension amada Langa I haibasi mami ase policy gi masig implications sing asida uki maruina India gi policy makers gi barung dasu yamna kan namak ILP guma policy ase lehlo ga dogani haibas yam kan debate tawnachi ramono loya haibanupa simaksu matam maduda ILP se thamloi ga dogani haiba wakhalonda anirat lakhi North East da anirat shubada de maha ase police na phaki ILP paidabagi asum tawduna aina Manipur da amuksu hairiba anuba nefagi philosophy asiga Manipur ga amuksu hairiba matamda thokiba thodok sing ado aina sum thijaba matamda hairiba ngasagi nefagi philosophy da chingmi sing ase makogi culture not sing si protect to bigidamni Bharat assimilate to biroi ga bani haiba very elusive philosophy ase kayamuk yamna taseng namak imply to ki bagi chana ki bagi haiba targadi ngasi Arunachal ase yam namak jana speedy oina assimilation tawbiraba adugumba kunai amani ekhona khangi atopa amadana hariba matam 1957 to 60 gi matam asida manipur yamna interesting oiba thodo ma thoi madudi 1960 da MLR and LR Act haidan lai hariba ngasai gi very alwin piramba philosophy chingmi tami na tribal tribal की politics अदुगी मम्मी अदुना मक ओइरंबा याय अइखोइना मणिपुर स्टेट ओइद्रिंगदा भारत की पार्लियामेंट ना MLR and LR एस अइखोइगी दमक सेमखिबा तम्मी अमसुंग चिंगमी अनि की मरक्ता खेनबा लो लाखिबा लैंड एक्विजिशन की मतंगदा मसी अइखोइना सुम येंगोदंदा ngसाइगी नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया लेरिबा मियोय सिंग से करम लेंगा कदगी हाइबा भारत की अचो वहंग अदुगी मम्मी यदो मथंग मथंग मणिपुर से तारखी हाइना लौबु याय मखा चथरक पद 1971 ना चिंगबा मतमदा अखोगी एडीसी की लो लाख मतमदा मसिगी अखोगी HAC यावरकपना चिंगबा पुनमक सिंग से अखोना हाइबा कंटिन्यूटी अदुदा येंबा याय लोशिलक पद आइना हाइजनिंग बसे अखोई हाइबा अखोगी बफरिंग ngasi अखोना बफर जोन हाइबसे आइना दी कलोनियल की मतमदगी मी सिंग खाइदोग एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन तौबगी बफरिंग की पॉलिटिक्स की ममी असिंग असे अखोई लेरकपा फ्री मूवमेंट याहंदना थंबा अमसुंग फ्री मूवमेंट पीरोय हाइदना लुक खरना हाइरगा मदुगी मतंग अदुद नेगोशिएशन तौगदबनी हाइबगी वफम सिंग लाकपा एथनिक वेपनाइजेशन एंड तोयना पंजबा अखोई येलो मी सिंग नत्रगना लमदम सिर खुंदारिबा कांगलुप सिंग असे खुलाई पिसनबा न खुलाई पहनबगी चांग हेंगलकपा पुनमक सिंग असिना मरम ओरगा मणिपुर की सिविल सोसाइटी हाइबदी अखोई खुनाई पुनसी खुनाई असिदसु नहा सिंग खुलाई पाइबगी फिबम अमा यामना कन हेंगलकपा रूल ऑफ लॉ चनदबा लेबा ओरकपा अमदी भारत की पॉलिसी चाइना सेंट्रिक ओरकपन चिंगबा सिंग असिना मणिपुर द पीरिबा जियोपॉलिटिकल के डायमेंशन असी यामना कुपना नेनेनियाई दी ओय हैना थमसिगे अरोइबदा मयांग के इंफॉर्मेशन असे नुवाइनबा हाइरिबा नेफा की पॉलिसी असी की मतंग लापदा लास्ट पॉइंट नेफा की पॉलिसी असे लापदा 1962 61 द पॉलिसी अमा का प्रपोज अवे मददी अरुणाचल हारिबा लम असिदा मतमद अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी असी यामना नहा ओइबा पॉलिटिशियन मनी महागना प्रपोज अवे मददी ILP गुंबा लॉ सि चनहल लोइगदबनी जनसंघ यावरिगैदा मरा अदुगा महागना हाइकी बसी अखोगी यामना मपांगल कनबा वांग चावबा पंजाबी लाख अमा एक्स सर्विसमैन लाख अमा नेफादा खुंदा हनगदबनी हाय मसी करिगिनो हाइबदमदी मयामना नैनबिरो असुमना तौदना आइना कोई ngasi ki sinbi basingda karigumba ai gi maiki gi recommendation ka piu haiza bataraga di ai kona budi pizarage ai na khanjab icham chamna ai amani amakatang haijaramge stop buffering people. Okay, number one. Number two, stop politics that give rise to ethnicization of Manipur and stop geopolitical maneuvering that will undermine the constitutional and humanitarian protocols in the state of Manipur. Haiba Singasi Thamjani. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Noni Arambam, Associate Professor, DMU. Piba matamdagi minute dagi hena log dagi dam tamukas takachari 13 minutes. You are maleko. Anyway, 12.5. Anyway, mayam dagi di kita handana lobirem. Mathang koi license welcome research scholar Department of Economics. Yarga di minute nipan dagi na. Agi mingyo woni na yarga di minute nipan na kada lo shalaga di yamain. License welcome research scholar Department of Economics.
Thank you, sir. Ahanumata panelists amadi lengshin birba me apun kai pun butchari ngasigi akhoi Indian ngasigi academic discourse on Manipur crisis ida akhoi na mamang akhoi speaker panelists sing na mainly akhoi geopolitics geopolitical gi matang da yamna marik sumna mayam haikre ado aigi paper ai ngasi present tawjagadabi khatang geopolitics gi khatang naitharaga aikoina geoeconomics haiba ko geoeconomics se aikoina geo ngasai gi geopolitical gi magi target hai tar magi end objective sing se masi je phangna ba hona ba matamda aikoina different angles amadagi yeng aga mataw kram na ngasai same objective ti oiduni magi pandam je but different angles amadagi aikoina yeng aga mataw kram na achieve tawba ngamgadagi haibadu aikoina yeng badi biuni through ana aikoina geoeconomics ai ga siki title se adum han haijarage geoeconomics significance of Indian Ocean haibani ko Indian ki ocean sige akoi bada laidiba akhini gadoba Okay, akoibada layriba regions singsida aikoina kadage matamda economics ki akoigi through da haitare magi tools da haibadi trade and tariff sanctions investment amadi infrastructure project mayam de sinaraga mato kram nanga saigi akoigi geopolitical ki through da haibadi matamda aikoina war trade akoigi matamda war amadi kadage power sinaraga lamamani lamabu control tongna honara bada hojiki anova angle da haibadi economically tools ki matamda investment toroga trade toroga tariff toroga sanction toroga different angles segi akoina same objective to phangba yai haibaduneba so Hanbai's statement say AR Sherman Hiram Bamaki, the Indian Ocean is not just a body of water, but a strategic corridor that shapes global trade and security, influencing the economic dynamic of nation and across continent heaven. So, Matanga, I see the Laxaning say, Queen Canavas, geopolitics, geoeconomics, Canavas, see the Queen will be Hangeko, Amana, Masai Kedova, Tango Masinaga, powers in the Lamama control on the Bohonavaduni. Sorry. ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯀꯣꯅꯣꯃꯤꯛꯁ ꯇꯨꯜꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯒ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯝ ꯂꯩꯕꯥꯛ ꯑꯃꯗ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯜꯁꯦ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯜ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯟꯁꯇꯨꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯖꯤꯑꯣ ꯏꯀꯣꯅꯣꯃꯤꯛꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯈꯪꯅꯩꯁꯦꯀꯣ ꯁꯣ Indian Ocean si karigidamakta important orino haiba matamda aikoina point mari khak aina ngasagi Indian Ocean si karigidamakta aina particularly low ino haiba matamda masi statistical importance mari khak laiba ahanbada masi kedoba aikoina strategic dominance oiba haibadi strategic dominance haise akoigi ne USA ki naval admiral amana Alfred Hayes man harami who ever control the Indian Ocean dominate Asia haiko masi yamna maramdi kigna matamda Asia da laiba Southeast Asia amadi Central Asia amadi kidoba South Asia sinsi kedoge matamda mokhi economy si kedoge Indian trade si yamna dependent oiba Indian Ocean si yamna depend oiba so Indian Ocean si Prithvi ki third largest ocean ni aduga mana connect to risi akogi west countries sing siga east countries sing siga ani si moi ani si connect to ne akogi Strait of Malacca agi Strait of Hormuz amadi Strait of Bab al Mandeb haiba sing strait si ocean route si forga Indian Ocean sing si forga sagi west countries sing siga east countries sing siga mo ko ani si kedoba connection pi do ne maduna kedoba ma si yam maru oiba strategic dominance ama leba ani subada Prithvi ki oil trade si 80% di Indian Ocean si forga sat level Prithvi ki nam maru oiba akogi Southeast Asian nations sing su mokogi energy da daka tariba oil sing de masik Indian Ocean si forga laga haiba Indian Ocean si dagi purak thau do moigi daka ta resource need full do achieve to ngam duineba aduga akogi commerce and industry posting 40% di haiba Indian Ocean si forga satle aduga maru oiba choke points khara hai targa di mamang su haigre Strait of Hormuz ngasai sida 35% of the seaborne oil je pura satli Suez Canal ngasai in the Strait of Malacca haiba stress si forga loimuk laktuini ngasai Red Sea si forga lakba posing ado aduga magi si khaktagi magi strategic importance khakta junatana Indian Ocean sida kedoge hamatan magi ngasai resource ki yamna duki mati ngasai Indian Ocean si akoiba da laiba region singse edi ngasai Indian Ocean si akoiba da laiba region singsida makoida phangi oil reserves Prithvi ko 58% di oil reserves Indian Ocean si akoiba da region singsida available oiba masi khakta junatana 46% of the gas reserve di haiba Indian Ocean si akoiba da laiba region singsida koina phangi hai aduga masi khakta natana masi mineral si trade route ka chana masi akoina kedoge matamda yamna akoida yamna maru oiba minerals sing haitare aikoi sagi continent Indian Ocean gi continent floor sing da leiba matam thijan matamda makoida kedo gold uranium cobalt nickel sing asi yam abundant oina available oibagi adugo findings leibaduna maram oiga Indian Ocean se tuki matik yamna maru oiba strategic point am oiba ko aduga before 1990s ki mamang dai koina economic hub se koina kedo USA mamang so speaker mayam hai bigre USA lom da ngasagi west lom da ngasagi anam mani economic hub se loinam leiram hojikti kedo economic hub se kedo ngasagi songi west of Europe America lom da Asia lom da oina ngasagi kedo shift torokogi ne kanoma train ama to hoji open ugo phange maram di world ki top 5 largest economy the top 3 di from the Asia continent dagi neba kana India China amadi Japan top 5 ki manung chilli neba adugo som nakanda kedoba America ga Germany ga ani khaksina kedoba moina ani kham to 5 ki manung ani khak chalam na sai economic hub si gravity se sai ki west lom da oiram badagi kedoba ko som Southeast amadi Southeast Asian lom da shift torokodan maram oiraga kedogi matamda masi jam important oiba port amagi namta oireba now अखोना 2020-24 Indian Ocean regions की ओइना database की मतुंग इना कोइना फंगो मतमदा Sigi was your point of Ubu I think Southeast Asian is Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, something Nepal, Haiba, Mapum, and Haiba since the India, China, the Mokogi threat can was it. I the volume se kamana legi investment ki volume se kamana legi ko bo phang matam da China na ikoi Indian Ocean se India gi geographically in India the advantage later so ma akoi with the labor nation sing to the China sing the kamana investment tong to selaga akoi na labor na sa geographical advantage is to be China hen economic advantage lok selaga kai doge matam da China na sa gi akoi with lok labor sing je dominate to through economically dominate to mo gi decision making power da China ni am own influence ma akoi na ubo pang for example akoi na Sri Lanka da akoi gi port amale porto haman pota hai porto pero maduda China na invest of sale invest of China na invest of sale kan da yang sa what amount of invest of sale kari do invest ori paisa do halapang amoroi khang nai ko nya kai do invest of sale maram ti ke no hai ba port ko China na use to ga ngasai ka Indian Ocean sita mo gi kai do space mas thamba pa me ba ya ko masi bu policy bo ko ne kai do debt policy hai na ga ko na power economics am di academic sinchina masi ju phung do pali so masi gi South Asian nation amadi kai do Southeast Asian nation ani sida ko na ubo phangi je kai no hai matam da India na Indian Ocean sida geographically advantages leiba taraga su economically di China na loinamak advantages leiba except Nepal na then only Nepal da khata ne India na ka do ba investment da China da gi hen mangami only Nepal except adu atopa countries in the dige do ba China na loinamak magi investment se adu ki matik yam ti na jaw na hen na investment gi poche yam jaw na ubo hen phangi so China na ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯁꯦ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯗꯣꯃꯤꯅꯦꯠ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯏꯀꯣꯅꯣꯃꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯧꯁꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯡ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯄꯤꯌꯔꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯀꯣ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯤꯗꯁꯨ ꯃꯦꯞꯇꯁꯨ ꯎꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯦ ꯃꯥꯒꯅ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯒ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯃꯦꯟꯃꯥꯔꯗ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯀ꯭ꯌꯣꯠ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯕ ꯕꯪꯒ꯭ꯂꯥꯗꯦꯁꯇꯅ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯆꯤꯇꯥꯒꯣꯡꯗ ꯑꯀꯣꯏꯕ ꯆꯤꯇꯥꯒꯣꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯂꯪꯀꯥꯗꯅ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯍꯝꯕꯟꯇꯣꯇꯥ ꯄꯣꯔꯠꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ Pakistanꯗꯅ ꯒ꯭ꯋꯥꯗꯥꯔ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯀꯔꯥꯆꯤ ꯄꯣꯔꯠꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯨꯛ ꯇꯧꯁꯟ ꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯦꯟꯗꯣꯔꯛꯇꯅ ꯑꯐ꯭ꯔꯤꯀꯥꯗ ꯖꯨꯕꯣꯇꯤꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯥꯅ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁꯃꯦꯟ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯄꯣꯔꯠꯁꯦ ꯁꯥꯖꯤꯜꯂꯒ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯁꯦ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯁꯔꯥꯎꯟ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟꯒꯤꯗꯣ ꯑꯀꯣꯏꯕꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯔꯤꯖꯟꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯤꯁꯤꯖꯟ ꯃꯦꯀꯤꯡꯗ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯆꯧꯕ ꯏꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯨꯌꯦꯟꯁ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯤꯔꯒ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯏꯗ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯐꯥꯎꯔꯒ ꯂꯥꯛꯏꯕ ꯃꯤꯅꯔꯦꯜ ꯔꯤꯁꯣꯔꯁꯦꯁ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯅꯔꯦꯜ ꯔꯤꯁꯣꯔꯁꯦꯁ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯠ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯃꯂꯥꯏ ꯐꯥꯎꯔ ꯆꯠꯇꯣꯏꯅꯤꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯠꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯔꯨꯠꯁꯤ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯃꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯜ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯉꯝꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯏ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯖꯤꯑꯣ ꯏꯀꯣꯅꯣꯃꯤꯛꯁꯀꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯁꯤꯁꯤ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯅ ꯁꯥꯟꯅꯔꯛꯄꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯅ ꯁꯥꯟꯅꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯞꯁꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅ ꯃꯇꯧ ꯀꯔꯝꯅ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯇꯔꯦꯛ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯇꯔ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯅꯦꯛꯂꯦꯁ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯗꯥꯏꯃꯟ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯇꯦꯖꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯧꯔꯛꯑꯦꯕ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅꯁꯨ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯑꯀꯣꯏꯕꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯔꯤꯖꯟꯁꯤꯡꯗꯨꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯁꯨ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯗꯚꯥꯟꯇꯦꯖꯇꯣ ꯃꯥꯡꯕ ꯄꯥꯝꯗꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯇꯦꯖꯤ ꯑꯃꯃꯨꯛ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯍꯧꯔꯛꯑꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯅꯦꯛꯂꯦꯁ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯗꯥꯏꯃꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯀꯧꯋꯦꯕ ꯁꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯦꯟꯃꯥꯔꯗ ꯁꯥꯈꯤꯕ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯀ꯭ꯌꯣꯠꯄꯤꯌꯣ ꯄꯣꯔꯠꯇꯨꯗ ꯁꯥꯈꯤꯕꯗꯣ ꯃꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯑꯒꯦꯟꯁꯇ ꯃꯗꯨ ꯑꯒꯦꯟꯁꯇ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯗꯨ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯇꯔ ꯇꯧꯅꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯤꯇꯤ ꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯅ ꯃꯗꯨꯗ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯀꯟꯅ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯔꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯅ ꯁꯣꯝꯗ ꯄꯥꯀꯤꯁꯇꯥꯟꯗ ꯒ꯭ꯋꯥꯗꯔ ꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯒꯁꯨ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯈꯤꯕꯗꯣ ꯃꯗꯨ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯇꯔ ꯇꯧꯅꯕ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯏꯔꯥꯟꯗ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯆꯍꯕꯔ ꯄꯣꯔꯠꯁꯦ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯔꯦꯕ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯇꯔ ꯇꯧꯅꯕ ꯁꯣ ꯃꯦꯟꯃꯥꯔꯗꯁꯨ ꯁꯤꯇꯣꯏ ꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯁꯣꯝ ꯅꯥꯀꯟꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯣꯅꯦꯁꯤꯌꯥꯗꯅ ꯁꯕꯥꯡ ꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯁꯥꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯟꯗꯃꯥꯟ ꯅꯤꯀꯣꯕꯔ ꯑꯥꯏꯂꯦꯟꯗꯁꯨ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯚꯦꯁ ꯑꯆꯧꯕ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯏꯚꯟ ꯑꯣꯃꯥꯟꯗ ꯐꯥꯎꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯨꯀꯨꯝ ꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯁꯥꯔꯒ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯒꯤ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯡ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯄꯤꯌꯔꯁꯀꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯃꯥꯏ ꯄꯥꯛꯇꯅꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯅꯦꯛꯂꯦꯁ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯗꯥꯏꯃꯟꯁꯦ ꯁꯦꯝꯃꯒ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯖꯤꯑꯣ ꯏꯀꯣꯅꯣꯃꯤꯀꯦꯜꯂꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯆꯩꯅꯥꯁꯦ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯗꯣꯃꯤꯅꯦꯠ ꯇꯧꯅꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯅꯥꯏꯕꯔꯤꯡ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯏꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯨꯌꯦꯟꯁ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯁꯤꯗ ꯏꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯨꯌꯦꯟꯁ ꯇꯧꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯔꯤ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯐꯣꯀꯁ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯦꯟꯂꯤ ꯐꯣꯀꯁ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯣꯔ ꯗꯦꯟ 90% ꯑꯣꯐ ꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟꯒꯤ ꯊ꯭ꯔꯦꯠꯁ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ 70% ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯚꯣꯂꯨꯝ ꯕꯥꯏ ꯚꯦꯂꯨꯗ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯒꯗꯤ 70%ꯁꯦ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯃꯛ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯣꯁꯤꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯃꯛ ꯄꯨꯔꯒ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯅꯦꯕ Okay, so this is the slide. So 90% of the Indian trade volume share 70% by value in the Indian Ocean. The power Indian 55% of oil imports say Indian Ocean the power East Asia the mainly Indian trade partner UAE Saudi Arabia and Singapore. Aduga somna kanda China gi di 80% mogi oil imports se masag Indian sea se power ga por e aduga Malakazi power ga moidi yogduni ugat mogi trade se 975 billion ni as per 2023 record. Aduga trade with Pakistan, China Pakistan economic corridor. Masiji amna ato alternative route hamani. Masiji China ni amna sauna haide masai kari gumba khoi Indian Ocean se power ga chatli lambi je kari gumba mai pak ta batara ga di makoi na kedoba moina China sina mogi Pakistan occupied Kashmir je power ga mogi railway threat khoi lane line ama seme ba sigi pot si chu amna ato investment amane ba China gi kari gumba sai gi khoi Indian Ocean je power yarak ta batara ga di kamaina chakadagi hamatam da sigi lambi je power ga chatwi ne mogi China Pakistan economic corridor se power. Okay, so aduga apoy na sim yung janing mo di asigi wasinam iko na economically ay yung janing but ay na last haja ningi sidi akoy gi Indian Ocean gi akoy bida lay ba nation sing se for example akoy ni Myanmar hay siko Myanmar su yam na chawba akoy gi masida akoy gi India amati China ani max ni am kan chaw influence ama pi na ba kan lebak ani mo khoy gi meeting lo muk sangi maram ti Myanmar si de khai di chawba akoy gi India Myanmar si da asagi China na so investment na matore adu kay doba India na so investment na matore adu investment tawra lebak sing dukan sa economically control tong na bo honarak panina hai basing si do koy na mun yeng ba machange ba geopolitics khatan na tanay kon geopolitics service pas yeng machange aduna ekoi gi Manipur gi crisis ka yeng ma matam da di nga sa gi Manipur crisis se solve tong na mo na matam da Myanmar da ekoi gi ketoge yamna chawba the stability ama lakpa hai sa masagi ko yam direct cases hai bi gre masagi yunus na haram do yam controversial over statement am pyramid economy hai do adum ban mayam do lei ge tension hai ga ka aduna hoje koi Manipur crisis si ko Manipur notice ki macha over state si thoi conflict se gumba je khara lotion tuna lotion ga ba lotion ba pam ga di ko gi Myanmar da stability ama lei ba hai ba se both India gi ona di yamna kai do ba tangai phada ba posak amani hai ba do masi hai ga ai ma sin lotion thank you.
Aroiba panelist Dr. Kanguzam Sanatomba, Assistant Professor, Political Science, Department Political Science, Manipur University. Sanatomba su minute tara dagi yamna hen patna lo binaba.
Hamada in Bilbo, Mayam Kwaibo, Ikoknona, Ikaipuna Butsari. The topic which I'm going to present today is a little slightly deviated from the topic set by COCOMI. I've taken the liberty to, reframe the topic for my own convenience. The topic which I'm going to present today is India's strategic interest in South and Southeast Asia, mutual appropriations between geopolitics and ethnopolitics. India's strategic interests, Asia da India's strategic interests, Haivani. Makada aina subtitle in Hamzari say mutual appropriation between geopolitics and ethnopolitics. Masigi topic si kilang hina nainabda nungaina ba ay masigi conceptual clarification am tatawzage. I think geopolitics have basi kaino have basi mayam di tare do ya the maki working definition sama pena hangba mathota. Geopolitics have the geographic factors like locations, physical terrain, resources, human demographics na chingba factor mayam si seasonary haraga regional amadi global power dynamics influence toraga lebak man market national interests promote and enhance tonaba hotnaba duba akoina geopolitics haraga khangnai aduna geopolitics ta yauba potsi kari no haiba taraga di akoina diplomatic negotiations magi key kaitare magi elements sai taraga di lebak amaga wari sanaba magi landigi period ada economic policy
mission khomna ba amadi information and cyber warfare na chingbasi kano yawi ani subada asagi sigi jana iga kano gi clarification tawzaki ge ani subada ethnopolitics sare gadi kai no hai tar gadi proof the base taroga proof the base taroga shatam sagalaga madagi political mobilization tawna bhona ba amadi political objective phagna bhona ba proof hai ba wafam sida identity gi wafam sagalaga ai koina political mobilization tawna bhona bu se koina politics sare khangnai aruga ahum subada strategic interest hai bisi kai no hai tar gadi lebak amagi long term highly prioritized long term objective lebak amagi power prestige and prosperity hengan na da magda magi long term short term na trego strategic hai targadi yamna maru oi ba yamna key oi ba highly prioritized long term objective to go apena sagi strategic interest hari rakhangnai adana strategic interest da magi key elements indi kari no hai targadi national security geopolitical influence economic interest resource access technological age ideological or normative goals alliance systems and partnership haibana chingbase akoina strategic interest ki manungda challe makha tajarakpada ngasi manipurna political crisis ama akoina mayoknari lebak khunimak magi mai crisis mayoknai masida akoina fazana respond to ba ngamdargadi if we respond successfully we survive if we fail in our response then we will perish akoina fazana face to bangamdraba adu targadi akoise perish to without but the way how we respond to this crisis will be shaped by our understanding of the nature of the problem nature of the crisis akoina kamaina respond to wudagi kamaina mayok nagadagi heavy strategies e kamai yak tagi ha targadi technical crisis amadi problems kari no have se akoina mun nam se khang batai madugi matungina akoina strategy yak tadori ne aduna nature of the sai crisis set masi yam fazana akoina understand to mathau tai ah ah so kuzi akoina hangbe yabasi manipur da ngasi akoina face to the crisis ase masi kari dei horokono haibzi wa khangze ma akoi hamina se masi poppy cultivation dei thopra illegal immigration dei thopra natraga government of manipur ge wars on drug dei thopra kangluk masin sinadab dei thopra haibana singba factor ayam ama lai magi mot khena bei matungna magi aning bei matungina factor amada koina emphasize tawne adubo thoi ba thodok se wathok ase akoina factor amada reduce taw targadi madu reductionism tawi factor ama khatane thuban banate aduna factor mayamna punchalaga thokpani ada aigi oina aigi understanding da yamna chawba ngasigi crisis ase it is caused by the interplay of two mutually aligned politics yamna mutually aligned with politics ani khakna thokhan bane na ya main thamjage madudi india ki geopolitics ahamada india geopolitics si magi pandam se kai gino haraga akhand bharat greater india ki pose thamjage government of india na akhand bharat se policy amoina satnai haibanate but the way how the strategic maneuvering of the government of india in south and southeast asia exactly fits into this conceptual framework mana toriba thawong se masi akhan bharat ki conceptual framework manungda di masi yawe masi gi manungda tawboina tawe ani shubada khongjai singi ethnopolitics khongjai singi ethnopolitics objective kari no kamaina articulate tawge hai kanda zelengam hai posit tawe kuki hojiki khongjai kanguna tar ai khongjai na synergy kai no hai kanda ngasi kuki zo hai basing se akoi maitei na amade naga sing na su khongjai ra ngasi ho lakpane kuki hai ba zo hai singarang na hande moina coin to badu term am khakne ba ai khongjai na hai jage sinajage india ki geopolitics amadi khongjai ki ethno politics anisina thokan bane but kamaina thokan ge hai targade khongjai ki ethno politics khatana thokan dusinate India ki geopolitics katan thorin basunati. India ki geopolitics ka khongjai kangu ki ethnopolitics mutual interactions ani is interact torakanda Madugi manifesto of crisis and Makapni. See, there you go. Aduna, the crisis that we are facing today is the manifestations of the interplay of two mutually aligned politics, that is, India's geopolitics that finds manifestations in the concept of Akhan Bharat and the Hongjai ethnopolitics that finds manifestations in Zelengam. Hi, Posi, I Ahmad Hamzage. Sini Akhan Bharat have a pot say Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Burma, loina si yaure Nepal, si Greater India ki concept ni. Masimak government of India policy mo ne chana pati laite to bu sathari pa thawong kuni magsa masi ki conceptual framework manung da pina fit to wi ado masi ki potsi akoina naina ba nungai na ba India ki ngasi ki Myanmar da karam ba strategic interest lagi have zam tentak na thamge India ki waina Myanmar se is a gateway to Southeast Asia ahamada amadi Myanmar na maru wei se Rakhine State Kaladan multimodal project haidana amat semi paikatli masig damutasu sagi Myanmar se amna maru wei ahum subada India Myanmar Thailand trilateral highway haidana egis policy ki component amoina lairi sathari amadi Myanmar government ga Northeast ki insurgent lalho lup singa mari laina bagi pot amalai aduni India ki mieng dagi Myanmar government ga athaba mari thamaga Northeast ki lalho basi takhai ba habisi government of India ki policy amani amadi China amadi India ki China Myanmar economic corridor hadana kunming dagi na asai yakfiu port phoba asai gas ki pipeline oil pipeline semi adu natna road infrastructure railway infrastructure am semi iba masine India da asai asoba chaikheng ama pibai pot am lairi India na Myanmar da interest laibado Because kind of picture like Rakhine State focus to say, but Rakhine State have the Arakan State say. Arakan State sida ko na focus to see. Arakan Army ga China ki understanding like China ki authority ga Arakan Army ki understanding like sino maram Arakan da ko gi India da yam setback phangba amadi Rakhine State da political stability like the sino maram Arakan da ko Kaladan multimodal project si fazana operationalize to biya da ba Chew gas pipeline at Rakhine State ni lady say oil ki pipeline lady ba al amadi yak few ports say akoy gi kay habitare China na kan assemble ba masin maramari gan India da yamna strategic sagi threat amalak pa aduna this oil and gas pipeline amadi nasagi yak few ports the Chinese ki base amalera banina masin India ki national security the direct threat amalai maram di hek wang da Andhra Pradesh da Visakhapatnam da India ki Eastern Naval Command, INS Varsha Zilay. Adon sida koina port sida hosiki yakfi port sida koina China ki stations to kita agadi India ki military movement mas moina yenga kada bahai tar uda ba adon Indian national interest yamna directly show pa amadi kunming dagi yakfi port ko moina la kan de ngasai ki Bay of Bengal da moina yamna direct free access phangapa Bay of Bengal the free access phang ba habasi Indian Ocean le moina dominate to bi abi pot adu mayamna prospect amala habdar aduna haiba maram sing sina koida sagi India ki national security da yamna akai ba ma lai adu hauze akoina nei nagadori bise yamna India ki sudden strategic push ama Indiana koi Southeast Asia da tawre ibase masikari gino yamna aggressive oiba yamna sudden oiba push ama tawre isikai do haide India gi yamna security anxiety me ama pokna maramanga kakle ahamada India gi egis policy fail orapa ani subada Indo-Pacific region da evolve tawre iba security architectures da India gi magi leverage sa magi prowess like ma Indo-Pacific ki politics na una taropasi da mana kudong saba am da phangba ngamoy da ba aduna magi capability magi strategic maneuverability maneuvering powers the established on ba re-established on ba Indo-Pacific regions da magi strategic presence ama leibi yana magi strategic push ama torokani na akhoi na lobi ai ahum subada ngai akhoi ina um pandi ba China gi strategic encirclement of India string of pearl hana India ko question lak ibase masigi counter oina tawna bi damata akhoi India na magi geopolitics is hanarakani ahum subada China Myanmar economic corridors in India gi economic interest strategic interest military interest akai ba pira masi neutralize to no Rakhine state ma di Myanmar da mana mieng si yam ka hina huzik sanction bani na lawi amadi Chinese maritime presence in the Indian Oceans through Bay of Bengal sina India the strategic threat ama pirak pase masi neutralize to no ba India na anoba sagi kenosi to bani khaleba but India gi approach kamai to hai gana Myanmar da government of Myanmar ga su mazi engage the we aduga Myanmar da label al holup singa su engage the we dual approach ni adam hai ba post kai no hai kan da masi real politics hai batare masi situation na demand to badagi satha ba pot ama khamni and maduni India gi geopolitics concern or kanda geopolitics khata sina thokan banati ba geopolitics ka ethnopolitics ani sina interact or kanda thokan bane aduna akoi gi ethnopolitics ka ino hai kanda khongjai sing gi ethnopolitics mo gi imagine home na ma zelengam ko ba chitang kung thil track tariba akoi gi sai gi khongjai sing Bangladesh ki Myanmar gi chin thil tariba khongjai sing aduga Indian side tariba khongjai sing mo gi khongjai na tariba mayam se masi zelengam ko ba independent homeland ama sagat si makoina pam mane
Usa satumba nagadi tan binaba.
Okay, I listen sir. Ado India na kamaina geopolitics sinai hai kanda singasi khongjai gi ethnopolitics sa India gi geopolitical interest phangna ba khongjai singsi sizina bane mataw karamna China da Myanmar da Chinese ki activities di monitor tona ba khongjai singsi sinai ahamada ani shubada rebel kangu singsi sai manung gi wafam ni but rebel kangu hade khongjai gumba ga atoi tei Myanmar da leiba lalho lup singsi na moi gi liberated oiba moi control oiba area singsi da lalho lup sing duga akoi ga understanding leina target moi gi liberated zone da akoi strategic base oida akoi na sin India na sin ya be gi khudong sa ba su leiba amadi masi tawre isi kai gi hai kan da Myanmar amadi Bangladesh government da India na message sama pi bane ba noina China da undue sai favor to targadi akoi noi gi countries akoi na destabilize to gini habi adum ba so ba threat ama Bangladesh amadi sai Myanmar da pi bane na akoi na lawe aduna kamaina khongjai singi zelengam ga India gi khan bharat ani samjanagi hai targadi Chin Hills amadi akoi gi asai gi chitangong hill track leiba khongjai ta ba singsi India da punjin gi targadi India gi akhan bharat to as partially akoina fulfill the way lobi ai habadi liberating Chin Hills and the Chittagong Hill Tract and integrating those territories into India would imply partial realizations of Akhan Bharat aduna cookie singi ethnopolitics ki objective to the India geopolitical ambition and is mutually aligned over Habitat. Aduna India ki geopolitics da su geopolitical kano da su magi iba thawong si da su huzik ki khongjai sing sina mateng panghan ba aduga khongjai sing sina India ki geopolitics si da tongaga moi ki imagine homeland zelengam se phangna ba khona ba haibta India side na huki sing ki ethnopolitics si sizna ba aduga India ki geopolitical ambition du phangna ba khona ba khongjai sing na India ki geopolitics da tongzhalaga moi ki ethnopolitical ambition aspiration zelengam se phangna ba khona ba amana amada tongzhina ba haibta India geopolitics na khongjai sing ethnopolitics si sina ba aduga India national interest phangna khona ba khongjai sing na India geopolitics da tongzhalaga moi ki ethnopolitical ambition se phangna ba khona ba sumaina politics ani si ngasai gi unholy alliance and alignments in maram orakanda akhoi Manipur ngasi thoiba thodok si thokne na yen mai thamjage geopolitics kadan thokan basunate ethnopolitics kadan thokan basunate aduga ngasai gi drug ki poppy gi illegal immigration mayam do masi conceptual framework manung sida akhoi na koina fit to biya ama mamoina akhoi na factor ama moina na na ba factor mayam se conceptual framework ami manung da akhoi na systematic na theoretical na na base yamna mathok ta integrated strategy
Thank you za kamujam satumba pung amata sangre mini sutra mga hen gre do ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯋꯥꯍꯩ ꯑꯃꯅꯤꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕꯤꯅꯕ.
Thank you. Sorry, ado, sagi last India nang U-turn am la bako. India na ako Manipur da shanti thamning bagi U-turn am la U-turn am la sigi maram se kari gino hai kanda hamada point mari ka thamjage. China ki private army Myanmar da samjhan lakpa ahamada. Ani shubada khongjai sing da moi ki separate administration pi bhai base naga ki factors na madi Indo Myanmar region ki geopolitics da maram orekanda cookies sagi khongjai sing da separate administration pi ba yaroi hai bagi realize am torapa. Amadi Manipur da counter insurgency operation gi component am yauri ba si crisis da. Aduna sagi counter insurgency operation su fail oire na mayama ma huzik la hoba yaure. Adagidi ahum subada central government credibility si restore to nami the factor maris the maram oikana India nga si santi yamna pa me bako. Aduna last go sila kodai policy recommendation anika thamjage recommendation adudi policy recommendations for the civil society organizations. Manipur civil society organizations sing sina government of India na broker to riba political dialogue ase khungjai singa wari sanagadamni haibase masi aigi side di masi accept haningi ani shubada Manipur gi oina khoi ki valley gi oina lariba civil society sing haib COCOMI amuko amade fox homsai masi united front ama haibatare na traga united working committee guma masem haningi mari shubada akoina sigi wari sabasi precondition oina free movement si yan ba ma mathautai simasu hapsen haningi mari shubada Manipur ki Cabo Valley se masi Manipur da retrocede tona bai damakta government of India da akan ba memorandum amma apunba civil society sing na thani loshalakpada government of India ki side ta aina recommendation amaga ta haningi recommendation mari ai manga thamjage policy recommendation for the government of India. The Northeast region in general and Manipur in particular should be factored while formulating India's foreign policy towards South and Southeast Asia. Manipur amadi Northeast ki interest masi India foreign policy sema matamda masi it should be taken into considerations. Ani shubada India's strategic interest in the region can never be secured without the active involvement of Manipur on account of its deep historical legacy, geostrategic locations, and legal claim over the Cabo Valley. Aduna India ki geopolitics ambitions aspirations masi Manipur yaudana kaidong do Ethiopia ro have say masi ai simasu ai thamjaningi amadi India's Aegis policy should be recalibrated and pushed forward with a renewed vigor. India Aegis policy si hena hanadagi hena kanjinna koina masi sanction ba mathautai mari shubada any ethno exclusivist politics should be discouraged and the territorial status should be maintained in finding a negotiated settlement to any issue. Lastly, the central government should declare a unilateral ceasefire to all the armed groups operating in Manipur, preceded by framing a clear roadmap for restoration of peace in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dasana Tomba. Aduga tay lemoriba tay mamangi all esteemed panelists puno pu thagatari aduga audience sing koi patient hearing levi bigdam tu thagatari moderator ki observation comment bijara roi matam gi poyong na bana moidana adu puno pu thagatari lonena koi gi akhanaba invite singi marakta yawiriba mingone panjab da koi oja pionjan tang koi mapana thokiba male degi koi tamo Dr. Mohan the Goza Derby Lasham, Aduga Tamu Mobi, the Goza Party, Pazuna Singa, Mayam Yoviri, Adumasiki interactive discussion, the question and Sar, Duga Magi command, the observation Pibutudi, Madudi, Horen, Kogi, Anishuba, second session gi, Matunga, Puna Tobinaba, Matugita Votuna Kogi, Anishuba, second session gi, Moreder Ubidaba, Opoyoza, Professor Naurem, Joy Kumar, Ozana Bakatana Tobinaba. Haja bagalonena, puno pumna tagat sa bagalonena, matang sita farsa solution.
Masigi one-day academic discourse on the Manipur crisis habasida akoy session ani leze. First session da thematic discussions thematic discussion asida topic ahum da akoy na discuss tawzeri topic ahan topic da India's role in geopolitics and strategic interests. The second topic, legal and human rights considerations. And the third topic, conflict dynamics and strategic approaches. Second session, policy recommendations and way forward. I had a thematic discussion on the topic, India's role in geopolitics and strategic interests. Hojik ani shuba topic, legal and human rights considerations discussion Masigi damakta panel da Lazari moderator bigadaba retired Professor Narendra Joy Kumar, historian, advocate Sri Koro Honbaluang, director, Lawyers for Human Rights Manipur, Dr. Yumnan Premananda, Head of Department, Department of Law, Manipur University, Amadi, Advocate Sri Mahobam Rakesh, Director, Human Rights Law Network. Hariba panel sing Sri Moderator, Amadi Resource Person Singbu, Dice the link period na bedong da Kausinjari. Moderator Sri Retired Professor Narem Joy Kumar, historian and author. Advocate Sri Koro Honbaluang, Director, Lawyers for Human Rights Manipur, Dr. Yumnan Premananda, Head of Department, Department of Law, Manipur University, Amadi, Advocate Sri Mahobam Rakesh, Director, Human Rights Law Network, who that's the link Perak na bagit namaka, amuka hena kapatsari. Howzik Kamzari Ani Shuba topic discussion on legal and human rights consideration. Mayang Magda panel sing mo amukahan na saktak Nasigi moderator, retired Professor Narem Joy Kumar, historian and author. Resource person sing Advocate Sri Koro Honbaluang, Director, Lawyers for Human Rights Manipur. Dr. Yumnan Premananda, Head of Department, Department of Law, Manipur University. Amadi, Advocate Sri Mahobam Rakesh, Director, Human Rights Law Network. Lengbi Rakliva panel sing Lengan Tamina by the volunteers in Book of Cherry. Ani shubu topic asigi topic legal and human rights consideration ki discussion kita magta nasigi moderator retired Professor Narem Joy Kumar, historian Ipu Kutsinazari. Over to you, sir.
Masih COCOMI na silga pathokliba yang maruiba session asigi technical session ani subasi hauna ba tawjarge asigi technical session asida maruina paper dealers ahumna paper pabigani adu physically present oibasi hoji pawda koi ani khatarot koi oiri adu time gi constant laibisna maram oraga ai hauna ba sum ai tawjarake ihan hanbada pagi advocate kauro hanbulwang na papers pawen haijari adu ngasai first session da tawba adugumna apagi time factor si sagi adudi apagi Dr. Y Premanandana session ji hobina ba adu lorna koi 10 minutes ki matam kiba pijage kitang hendo hojin amu oraga so adu ga yari do kara size oina adu thabida ba I gatre
Professor Lazar Kumar Thagat Sari. ꯑꯩꯒꯤꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯦꯗ꯭ꯔꯦꯁ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯀꯟꯅ ꯇꯧꯖꯔꯣꯏ ꯗꯥꯏꯔꯦꯛ ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯆꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯤꯅꯤꯠ 10ꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯖꯒꯦ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯊꯝꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯁꯤ ꯄꯣꯏꯟ 26 ꯄꯣꯏꯟ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯏꯖꯩꯀꯣ ꯍꯤꯗ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯩꯝ ꯄꯤꯖꯔꯣꯏ ꯑꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯣꯏ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯒ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯌꯥꯝꯃꯟꯈ꯭ꯔꯦꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ 26 ꯄꯣꯏꯟ ꯌꯥꯎꯕꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯊꯝꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯈꯣꯠꯄꯅꯤꯀꯣ ꯃꯁꯤꯃ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯔꯤꯀꯃꯦꯟꯗꯦꯁꯟ ꯗꯥꯏꯔꯦꯛ ꯂꯥꯛꯆꯔꯒꯦ May 23rd May 3rd 2023 ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯀ꯭ꯔꯥꯏꯁꯤꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯀ꯭ꯔꯥꯏꯁꯤꯁꯁꯤꯃꯛ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯌꯥꯅꯤꯡꯗꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯀ꯭ꯔꯥꯏꯁꯤꯁꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯑꯦꯅꯤꯋꯦ ꯗꯤꯐꯔꯦꯟ ꯊꯤꯡꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯄꯣꯏꯟ 27 ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯄꯦꯄꯔꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯖꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯥꯏꯗꯤꯌꯥꯁꯤ ꯊꯤꯝ ꯁꯤꯗꯩꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯄꯣꯏꯟ ꯅꯝꯕꯔ 8ꯁꯦ 7 ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯊꯝꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯣꯏ ꯕꯤꯀꯣꯁ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯇꯥꯏꯝ ꯐꯦꯛꯇꯔ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯊꯧꯗꯣꯛꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯗꯤꯁ ꯏꯁ ꯅꯊꯤꯡ ꯖꯦꯅꯣꯁꯥꯏꯠ ꯀꯦꯝꯄꯦꯟꯅꯦꯕ ꯁꯤꯗꯤ May 3rd 2023 ꯀꯔꯤꯝ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯒ꯭ꯔꯨꯞꯁꯤꯗ ꯖꯦꯅꯣꯁꯥꯏꯠ ꯀꯦꯝꯄꯦꯟ ꯍꯧꯔꯒꯦꯅ ꯂꯣꯟꯆ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯅꯦꯕ ꯏꯁꯤ ꯃꯥꯏ ꯑꯣꯕꯖꯥꯔꯕꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯩ ꯏꯆꯝ ꯆꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦꯀꯣ ꯔꯤꯁꯔꯁ ꯄꯦꯄꯔ more than 10 ꯑꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯊꯤꯕꯤꯌꯨ open access ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯪꯒꯅꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯏꯕ launching of genocide campaign by the cookie terrorists ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯏꯔꯦ ꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯥꯏꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅꯤꯀꯣ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯧꯗ ꯗꯤꯐꯔꯦꯟ ꯊꯤꯡꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯣꯗ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯖꯕꯗ ꯗꯤꯁ ꯏꯁ ꯑꯦ ꯀ꯭ꯂꯤꯌꯥꯔ ꯀꯦꯁ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯖꯦꯅꯣꯁꯥꯏꯠꯅꯦ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯁꯤꯃ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕ ꯄꯣꯏꯟ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ꯂꯣꯒꯤꯗꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯔꯣꯏꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯁꯤꯡꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯂꯧꯈꯠꯆꯔꯒ ꯄꯣꯏꯟ ꯅꯝꯕꯔ 8ꯇ ꯑꯩꯅ हाईलाइट तौजनिंगisi ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯥꯔꯇꯤꯀꯨꯂꯔꯂꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯗ ꯃꯔꯁ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯃꯒ ꯋꯤ ꯍꯦভ ꯅꯣ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯅꯦꯜ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯇꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯑꯃꯠꯇ ꯌꯥꯎꯗꯅ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯇꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯌꯥꯎꯗ ꯍꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯡꯕꯨꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯃ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯗꯦꯟꯖꯔꯅꯤ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯡ ꯌꯥꯝꯖꯗꯕ ꯂꯝꯁꯨ ꯄꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯨꯝꯕ ꯀꯥꯡꯕꯨꯅꯤꯅ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯁꯃꯨꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯨꯝꯕꯁꯤꯗ ꯆꯪꯉꯛꯄꯗ ꯈꯣꯡꯕꯥꯟꯒꯨꯝꯕꯅꯤ ꯈꯣꯡꯕꯥꯟ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯃꯔꯤꯛ ꯑꯃꯈꯛꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯋꯤ ꯅꯤꯗ constitutional protection sima aina thamjaningi adagidi mathangi point aina haijaningise akoi si law ma semba darkar lei kari law no haira kanda the immigrant expulsion from Assam Act 1950 in Assam leina Assam si change ma Assam lai Supreme Court kari case ma am lai panjar ada aina haiji sigi model da akoi da illegal the immigrant expulsion from Manipur and amako akoigi member of parliament kaina pangang dingang ko aduga tawdawdi amta tawdaba adu aina khanbana law sebrum chinba law le tamti yaroi ko last solution will come to law da lakto ni aduna law sebagi pota changhen biba asam model sin lawraga asam da fail akoina phajana chathra lore ade amana aigi point number 10 da point number 10 di example tawjare aigi point sigi serial number haijabani and mathangi point ena thamning si yamaru ina akoida law ma darkar lai sina kaina hakanda akoi genocide campaign sina maram odana Chusampurdagi mayum maikai mai thadok pidana upgroup tawbikraba ethnic cleansing tawraba particularly Maitai population sigi particularly Chusampur adagi di More Tenopal Kangpopi suma mayam si kanji hargadi asomdagi chakhibasu including both side adugi resettlement rehabilitation and compensation ek had amaga sema darkar lei masi makti hoji yam kana ngangnadri akoina nganggadi hojare masi yam darkar lei khali resettle tawdragadi nomency norang kayu kana masima aigi point maru edada adagi di ama point amana Assam Rifles si fail were Manipur Assam Act 2006 pabada chamada cham here fail were Assam Rifles kaino ma border nga ko mai thaboni border fail were aduna ne phoi lan tawrisi adagi di counter insurgency adagi di public security adu ngangjaro border di pura fail were aduna Assam Rifles replace tawba kana replace tawbi to ba ai humble suggestion da ai research tawda phangjabasi border nga phoi khwaidagi phabadi security force masina border si ngak pa replace to gi pot ma masima ina pamjaba haitare sima
Ade amana Manipuri ki territorial integrity se sukai kai we are si government na ama fight paper ma pibiba akoi basan na taba Manipuri territory sukai kai we hai se ko international law da UT forbidden juris hedana colonial power thamamba nangi lamdu boundary du atopa amada merge tawrubada sukai septo yati international law da ha thamran masi di isam samna law bu natre akoi highest hierarchy of norm gi koi jus cogent oirabani masi ko bena convention law di pabada ado ICJ su mari mangara high international court of justice just tara mangana phamaga aduna UT proceeding juris na mani puchi nga ga lebani aduga koi di India government da merge tawga changbani samna koi changjara na khoiram changibanate we merged through international agreement that's called merger agreement 1949 aduna bena convention ga palka doni robust 6 standard bullets kana aduna aina haije di kana kanda sigi posi le kana koi article 3 si mani puti apply tawba yade tawba yadra su tawba di Kashmir kai tawbina Kashmir di khere ga so di pot ma leibina safest way da article 3 si amend tawga proviso ma provided the article 3 makha da hapsen bi pot ma masi yamna maru oi brand khalle adi delimitation gi wale re panjara roi aduga maru oi point ina mu thamjari si dialogue to you I have no objection aduga dialogue with a caution and section thorang lo na to bu ta khu she bi ba di ipai pu dialogue ni free the dialogue to ga di mi na ngam ni ko dialogue si to di kana ro terrorist ke dialogue to ba terrorist mi hat du dialogue to na ga lo she ne ba ai di yaning de ko to ko su dialogue ki process o za mo ro ko dina adum sa thabi I have no objection to bu dialogue with a caution na ga chat bi ko na ta ga di dialogue da akui kana to yaw dialogue to moi agenda injil la podu da ko yaw shulu wari ne ko aduna we should be very cautious about dialogue as my thamni adagi national highway ke yawre adagi point of 18 da sida thoi sidi war crime ne ko si tawrise genocide among sa haije khare crimes against humanity ni masi khatan gray area kha lei ko lera ka su masi injil bayai hauji anoba la abani na war crime si ngasai gi kaino da na tabo international ang kapin na tabo nan international su pano ko to bayam lei le masi ko na du elaborate to jike darka lera na this is a clear case war crime ni genocide ni aduga crimes against humanity ki post yaw bani sima ade amana law si ko instrument amoy ni sina si haije bayna law si ko India ki legal system da thajaba yai thajadaba yai that's a different question ni targum su law mu de lei bani na law si injil laga kari law ya ge sima ko law bu thu lawani len lo ke yaujari drug ki kari yaujari forest yaujari common heritage men kan yaujari aspa ki yaujari adi lo adagi amana ko ki Manipur da akoi ki war crime tribunal am lingbagi mathau ta lingman the different thing edu ko proposal moina pibri chumbre khale ana Yugoslavia da Rwanda da tabudu maina Cambodia tabudu maina East Timor tabudu maina we need to propose there should be war crime tribunal for Manipur war criminals mayam si trial to in India gi lo na yaro sidi aduna war crime tribunal ma establish to so pan but for ngi kai yaujari adagi di golden triangle hadna India gi constitution da ama yauri golden drug in the article 14 and 19 and 21 golden triangle ne hadna India gi Supreme Court high ko masi ma kan ilhaning an ai recommendation laksaraga minute kya lei ri ja or recommendation laksarage matam kannaba ahanbada aigi recommendation si no dialogue with terrorists or foreign mercenaries moiga dialogue to basima tawir if dialogue with terrorists and or their frontal organization mayam su taw leidana ko terrorist to di no kai ko chen me wani moiga chamina ba khalu leidi ba ko tu koranga ji all are frontal organization ke chen ngaliti an si me dialogue to was my pande madu to we live a lose situation win nothing for lose situation ado mangdo dialogue is mangba and mangba nothing else sima aduna if not handled properly dialogue ni kari wara kadagi hara kanda ekko lakado dialogue ta soiraba aduna ina dialogue with a cautionise hek soiraba ekko on you kan ekko mijo adagi di boro ekko 1993 aduga mathangi recommendation da we should strongly recommend kai nakanda military crackdown over dreaded terrorists. Why certificate terrorists? Cookie gives over terrorists. Machine certificate terrorism like the Pitimida. Why certificate terrorists? Moy. Angang halabani, nupiang halabani, Mika Abanga Abani, and why certificate terrorists? Moini, and Masiki terrorists solution di military crackdowns only solution masi yang kan taksin biro COCOMI su ngangi madu matangda not only military crackdown over dreaded terrorists by fixing deadline fixed October basana yaro Chhattisgarh 31st March 2026 si moigi Maoist solution duine ba ko amai tawdana koi su date of bibiro wa mi sa da haibiro aduga masima am dakale aduga akoigi terrorist sigi notification terrorist organization ne la kopla ba modina te moyo federal organization punna terrorist organization ne la kopiro haina masima ya kane taksin hani national highway ki posel lakpada national highway si thingba but there's different thing ni tawdabo national highway the mighty ring sapa yaroi atopadi sat idram ji ko maya mighty sat yadawani this is a kind of prosecution ko international law this is a prosecution ethnic cleansing facet amani aduna masi a clear case of genocide ni prosecution ni aduna aina khanbada national highway da ko governor taksin biraga need for shoot a site order thok private terror sung chatlaba no thang ka phatok admaina shoot a site order thok pina ba yakta taksin view yaragati ji high court writ petition ama su pending leibani adu COCOMI na su ada atopana su writ petition ama high court thabiro kainobu high court national highway city adum court order pirakane ba ko ai khambar writ petition to the high court na supreme court direct thabiro article 14 1921 tawbudi thingbudi boina thingba government saling da dawle government the writ petition thaba yai ba ko aduma thabina ba aina ningsing jari simai gi recommendation ni and anau da koi keno se constitutional protection is a must. Without any constitutional protection, very surprising. Without any protection, who hing you Masiso Angapani is one of Kalizan, and Hojiti, Hingas who hing Tobody and President Hingre, I don't know, we need constitutional protection. But the constitutional protection is ST when a listen Atopa mechanism leverage TB on is either ST or Atopa viable mechanism of Masjid Aquila to make Article 3 is the Pan with the Yadava. Pan the Yadava, no to guide the Sisu Miami Tabak name of Raj, Single Tamno Hapsan Gadova, provision I hear is a COCOMI Pizarek, and Article 3 need to be amended. This is Sima. At the Amana question is I hijack illegal immigrants in C 1951 base year kan law ko na kanaroi sepes way di law mo siyamba kan mo law no hakanda immigrant expulsion from Manipur bill haidu ni wala ko ni kona sima sembi basangi natraga na ho India government lok sabha da pass over ba immigration and the foreigner bill 2025 set sidai sida konthok khatang Manipur yo ba hapsan laga su koi ba yani masimai mayam da suggestion pijari ade amana Manipur go ba International Criminal Tribunal for Manipur, as Masiam Basiam Tatale, Masibai, I propose in War Crime Tribunal, War Crime Townsing set, Masim Panisil Pina, International War Crime Tribunal, Ling Basiam Tatale, I Tanzani, Adi Matang Yagi recommendation da, Len Lo, Dr. Bayara, according to Nainabada, according Manipur, the set even Len Lo City, Lo, the Len Apartheid, South Africa, the Len Apartheid. Majority community tabe apa jaga ya daba kan khai dok tanaga masih kala hori no har kanda article 370 was C Manipur Legislative Assembly Hill Area Committee Order 1972 Manipur Land Revenue Land Reform Act 1960 CC mayam sina pada land apartheid ma thol leba ko si reform to ba darka lei hai mai thamjeni ada masih su loan to tui ade amana akoi gi dakta koi next session to nei ko ai lo sin jage sa loi to ozana hai bi sam ngai jare just one minute lo sin jare aduga amana luoma semada kala ethnic cleansing genocide to se maji kannana ba ina sahai bado resettlement rehabilitation and compensation bill ni simas pass to sangi parliament na traman ko assembly ade amada akoi gi thangjing kawru odi gi sisi mayam da life from si the attack si so ba lalong amani ko attack sisu attack to historical kanung sedor ko ni masina masiu kanana luoma sema sangi na traga na Manipur ancient and historical monument and article site and remains in 1976 appropriate amendment chang adigi mathangda NRC updating NRC sange NRC to busi ai wakanda mo to wi ya da PL ma thajalaga keno saranda sonwal case adu da mayam le aina thamada NRC aku gi right ni ko 2003 gi rule le jabari citizens eki makha adu makha NRC adum aku gi right ni lowi aduna huju to delimitation ge case aku gi demand for committee to se mo gi next year is 21/7 July gi tangku ma khoi de leibane ba ko aku gi delimitation gi se masida yaragadi intervening application ama COCOMI natra to perform saw amana tharaga khujok selo yam kan ni khale adagi amana forest ki law singang je forest forest public exam simasu changi ade last but not the least narcotic kari no mayam lady adu aina semani ba sidasu ijanin ba legal provision khar lady ade arms ki kari spicy su yam strictly enforced over daka lega di ludu amend over ma changi hana sinai gi recommendation ai ma sai ten je.
Thank you. Secretary, Matanga, advocate, Bahubum practice.
ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯗ ꯑꯩ ꯇꯤꯟꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯄꯨꯡꯄꯨ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯣꯛꯅꯖꯔꯤ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯄꯦꯄꯔꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ legal and human rights consideration habisida moina aigunda tapi mutamda madugi sabthi mama apa mama khalaga semo hai aduda aina akoi gi hujik leriba internally displaced persons singse makoi gi leriba kudong kiba sing aduga kamai tordi yani haibagi aigi sorakpa views kara ai hujage aikoi kudumana khange madudi akoi ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯦꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯡ 3ꯗꯒꯤ 2023ꯒꯤ ꯃꯦꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯡ 3ꯗꯒꯤ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯊꯣꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯤꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯤ 10,000ꯒꯤ ꯃꯊꯛꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ internally displaced person ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟ ꯃꯐꯝꯗ max arrangement ꯇꯧꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯣꯏꯁꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯆꯪꯖꯐꯝ ꯂꯧꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯃꯁꯤꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯅꯁꯨ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯕꯤꯔꯤꯗꯨꯅꯤ ꯈꯕꯔ ꯀꯥꯒꯖꯗ ꯁꯣꯁꯤꯌꯦꯜ ꯃꯤꯗꯤꯌꯥꯗ ꯀꯔꯤꯗ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯣꯡꯆꯥꯗꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯃꯇꯝꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯇꯨꯅ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯤ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯒꯤ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯗ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯨꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯝ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯅ ꯑꯣꯅꯔꯦꯕꯜ ꯁꯨꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯝ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ internally displaced personsꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤ ꯗꯤꯜ ꯇꯧꯅꯅꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯔꯤꯇꯥꯌꯔꯗ ꯖꯁꯇꯤꯁ ꯒꯤꯇꯥꯝ ꯃꯤꯠꯇꯜꯅ ꯂꯨꯆꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯑꯃ ꯀꯃꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯃ ꯁꯦꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯃꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯑꯦꯁꯥꯏꯟ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯊꯕꯛꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯌꯦꯡꯁꯤꯜꯂꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯎꯟꯗ ꯆꯠꯇꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯒ ꯃꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯐꯤꯕꯝꯁꯤ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚ ꯇꯧꯅꯅꯕ ꯍꯦꯜꯊ ꯀꯦꯌꯔꯒꯤ ꯁꯦꯅꯤꯇꯦꯁꯟꯒꯤ ꯐꯨꯗ ꯗꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯔꯤꯍꯦꯕꯤꯂꯤꯇꯦꯁꯟ ꯀꯝꯄꯦꯟꯁꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯁꯤꯟꯅꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯖꯁꯇꯤꯁ ꯒꯤꯇꯥꯃꯟꯗꯅ ꯂꯨꯆꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯃꯤꯇꯤꯅꯁꯨ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯃꯇꯝꯒꯤ ꯔꯤꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯨꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯝ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯇ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯃꯇꯝꯒꯤ ꯄꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯔꯦ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ IDPꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯣꯡ ꯑꯋꯥꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯇꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯊꯣꯔꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯋꯥꯕꯗꯩ ꯈꯥꯡꯕ ꯉꯝꯃꯛꯇꯗꯅ ꯑꯇꯃꯒ ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯁꯤꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯎꯁꯜꯂꯛꯏ ꯖꯁꯇꯤꯁ ꯒꯤꯇꯥꯃꯟꯗꯜꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯗ ꯀꯃꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯅ ꯄꯥꯏꯈꯠꯂꯤꯕ ꯊꯕꯛꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯣꯔꯠ ꯀꯃꯤꯡꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯈꯔ ꯄꯟꯖꯔꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯏꯈꯠꯂꯤꯕ ꯊꯕꯛꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯗ lack of enforceability ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯒꯤꯇꯥꯃꯟꯗꯜꯅꯒꯤ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯊꯕꯛꯁꯤ ꯔꯤꯀꯣꯃꯦꯟꯗꯦꯁꯟ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯃꯥ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯒ ꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯔꯣ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯇꯧꯔꯣ ꯑꯗꯥ ꯇꯧꯔꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯀꯤ ꯖꯖ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯍꯨꯀꯨꯝꯒꯨꯝꯅ ꯃꯗꯨ ꯕꯥꯏꯟꯗꯤꯡ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯦ ꯏꯠꯁ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯔ ꯔꯤꯀꯣꯃꯦꯟꯗꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯣꯡꯆꯥꯗꯕꯁꯨ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ in limited financial resource ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ administrative support aduna mana pak senna hekta tawriba awa puno si konnabagi thabaksu ma to mumde adagi laiba kanosi long term akogi resettlement gi thogano nati mana tawsi akogi short term kudak ki akogi bayabage na mai kan bagi mongda huji gi laiba awa ba kamai to kedo yana gi muri thuni adagi mo akoy भारत की ओइना लैरिबा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की हाइरो नत्रगा हाना लैरिबा अलरेडी एग्जिस्ट तौबा लॉसिंग ना असुगुम्बा इंटरनली डिस्प्लेस तौबा सिंसे बिल तौनबा लैबा आइन सिंसी की बतांदा आई सुमरप चौराकुम थमजगे अखोय ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ना हाइरे फंडामेंटल राइट नि मसी गारंटेड राइट ने आर्टिकल 21 लेरे राइट टू लाइफ मसीना अखोय राइट टू लिव विथ डिग्निटी असि इंटरनली डिस्प्लेस पर्सन सिस्टम मसी enforce tauba ngamibra abisi masi question amani adagi mo article 19(1) e si ju fundamental right ni guaranteed right ni masina freedom of movement si masi guaranteed tawribani adum oina bang ngasi di adugumba kanodo guaranteed right ni haraga su aikoi
violence na force tawtana mi lising tongan tongan hom da sanga bon woi matam leiba matam sidagi adugi right guaranteed right si enforce bu ngam da ba du oire akogi bharat ki disaster management act 2005 lei masi disaster akogi disaster makhalamani irang ko ko ma wa batali adubu haiba bharat ki parliament sima ain sidi suma ki natural disaster da mak dil to no oiba masi ne maram oduna conflict ne induce to suba displacement for mutam di disaster management eki makhada kari mo thabo na pakhapong da badu oi adagi rehabilitation and resettlement policy 2007 lei Bharat Sarkar gi hariba policy su akoi development project ne jiba kai jiba pakhapada displaced thokom matamda madu dil tawloba oiba policy oi aduna hoji leba khoi policy su apply to ngamde adagi amu international norms khara yengabada akoi India si 1951 gi refugee convention natragana Kampala convention ma akoi India signatory oide asi lere kadi kano kharasu masigi kano gi makhada khudong chaba kharasu phangadabane du masu le yadre adagi mo UN gi khoi guiding principle on internet displacement masi su akoi India na kano tok do manina akoi su non binding oi madugi kano desu ibadi bhajana I akoi maru bablu na madu mete londa kano gi londa thadauda aduda ada handu e hadana man su ma ai kano to ba thengai adum oinamak mase non binding over necessary na masigi fazaba ibahi mam imam do kusida amde adege mo aikoi gi sarkarna su through district administration high internally displaced persons sigi madugi kano mam huju mogi tori mam activity mam si moina yenjana tawini hai adubu shortcomings mayam na pithali poor sanitation overcrowding lack of proper food and medical masih adum lay adagi hariba singsida nupi angangi thudokpa ehenba special provision sing yaude adagi bureaucratic hurdle mayam sina maram odina akoigi sarkarna paisa ta thoga su madugi thabak madugi ultimate aim da leiba kano singuna beneficiary singuna IDP singuna hariba kano singsi sapsana phungmagam da bi khudong sada mayam su lei purumak sina maram odina aina propose to hibadi akoi we need a special legislation Kedokeda akoina masi koi Bhopal da gas Union Carbide gas leak perkami mayam ama sigi bagi kano lei lesing na sigi ba madu dil samana Bharat ki ain leki ba Bharat ki lari ba ain civil and criminal law na adu kamla sigi mam dil to ba madu ki ain leki na awabu oi maram oi dina akoi Bharat Sarkar na Bharat Parliament da Bhopal gas leak disaster Processing of Claim Act 1985 haiba ain asi seme haraga adu Bhopal gas tragedy ki victims du madu ki rehabilitation resettlement of mayam du structure over kan homada madu tawga rashinabu khunaki likewise akoi is the su akoi sumaina aina suggestion tawani Manipur IDP Rehabilitation and Protection Act haidana mamin tolba aduba legislation ama akoi purakagi mathau tai haiba legislation asida ekoina IDP sing ase special category am oina masak khanaba provision haptunba aduga comprehensive oiba relief and rehabilitation framework ama haiba kanadu da legislation da thamba aduga madu right based approach ko henba adegi ekogi asumana tawragadi asumba legislation semaga dil tawrabadi hauji leiriba akoigi IDP singa thengneriba khudong jada basing ase masi to great extent madu dil tawbo ngamgani haiba sei thajai loinana akoi hariba kano si legislation si leiragadi yes no doubt hariba IDP singse tongan ba akoi relief center sinda mokoi changjibam pidana leibani chawa thai haiba giwani adubu masina maram oidana makoida ngasagi akoi Bharat ki prajani aduga akoi si akoi fundamental right lei guaranteed right ni aduni adani mayam haraga su mai mana leiba jaga du mayu muki chakra ko ko even jum sabud lai na changwa phawa ya handana leiba se haiba ajumba aina masino gi ainu makhada properly deal to badi ꯑꯋꯥꯕꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯀꯣꯛꯀꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯝꯖꯒꯦ ꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯆꯥꯎꯔꯥꯛꯄ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯖꯒꯦ
Thank you. ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯀꯨꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯦꯗꯚꯣꯀꯦꯠ ꯀꯣꯔꯣꯟꯕ ꯂꯨꯋꯥꯡꯁꯨ ꯂꯦꯡꯉꯛꯑꯕꯅ ꯀꯥꯈꯠꯄꯤꯌꯨ. So now, may I request Advocate Korohan Baluang to deliver this. ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤ 10 minutes ꯄꯤꯖꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯈꯔ ꯃꯥꯏꯅꯁ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯁ ꯈꯔ ꯍꯦꯟꯗꯣꯛ ꯇꯧꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ ꯃꯊꯪꯒꯤ ꯁꯦꯁꯟꯁꯨ ꯂꯩꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯈꯔꯁꯨ ꯊꯦꯡꯅ ꯍꯧꯈꯤꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯃꯁꯤ 10 minutes ꯀꯤ ꯃꯅꯨꯡꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯒ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯌꯨ.
First of all, Dice the Legion Miriba, Ikai Konazaribo, Punumak, Intention Jaraga, Lapiriba Kai Punumak Pusuaki, Makedi Kai Kunabuchari. As is yet a topa case Makaki Bell and Lincoln Labana, exhibition Budelax and Haitare, Mutamzana, Yobam Jodre, Yopum Jadimasi, Mutana Pigani, brother Yambar, Kesna Yimanda, and Abiram Matam Nambujaro. ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯄꯦꯄꯔꯁꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯔꯦꯟ ꯁꯤꯆꯨꯋꯦꯁꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯂꯤꯒꯦꯜ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯍ꯭ꯌꯨꯃꯦꯟ ꯔꯥꯏꯠꯁ ꯀꯟꯁꯤꯗꯔꯦꯁꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛ ꯑꯃ ꯀꯣꯀꯣꯃꯤꯅ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯗꯦꯟ ꯑꯗꯔ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯅ ꯄꯨꯟꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯚꯔꯁꯤꯇꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟꯕ ꯂꯣ ꯗꯤꯄꯥꯔꯠꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯁꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯗꯔꯦꯇꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯦꯡꯁꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯖꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕ ꯃꯛꯇꯗ ꯅꯣꯂꯨꯛꯅ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯖꯔꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ paper legal and human rights consideration in Manipur. In Manipur violence, during this violence, we have been facing lots of issues right now. The best the ongoing violence in Manipur has raised critical legal and human rights issues, exposing the failure of government and law enforcement bodies to safeguard civilians. This paper examines the legal dimensions of the conflict, focusing on constitutional rights, state obligations, and judicial mechanisms available for redress. It also assesses the role of security forces, instances of human rights abuses, and the struggle faced by the indigenous communities. Furthermore, the paper explores potential legal actions at both national and international level to ensure accountability and justice for those affected. About the Manipur, a little bit I'm mentioning here. Manipur, a northern Indian state, northeastern Indian state bordering Myanmar, is home a diverse ethnic group including the Meitei, Naga, Kuki, and other indigenous communities. Despite its strategic significance as India's gateway to Southeast Asia, Manipur has long faced political marginalization, inadequate economic development, and recurrent conflicts. Discrimination against Manipur by Indian Union since 1949 merger agreement. Previously an independent princely state, Manipur merger with India in 1949 remains a contentious issue, as many local believe it was imposed under coercion, depriving them of sovereignty and self-governance. Since then, the state has experienced political suppression, economic neglect, and military control, exacerbated by laws like the Armed Forces Special Force 1958. The central government failed to address economic disparities and ethnic tensions has contributed a persistent instability. Additionally, the continued enforcement of law granting security forces immunity has led a widespread human rights violation, intensifying resentment among the local communities. The region's lack of infrastructure development and employment opportunity further highlights systematic discrimination against Manipur within the Indian Union. Human rights concern amidst the violence, rights to life and security. The conflict in Manipur has resulted in extrajudicial executions and forced disappearance and the forced displacement of civilians, despite Article 21 of the Indian Constitution guaranteeing the right of life and personal liberty. These fundamental protections have been repeatedly violated. Number two, displacement of humanitarian crisis. Displacement and humanitarian crisis. Violence has forced thousands of people to flee their homes, leading to a severe humanitarian crisis marked by inadequate access to food, shelter, and medical services. The United Nations guiding principle on international displacement require governments to protect and assist displaced populations. violates international human rights principles. Cultural and environmental rights. UNDRIP guarantees indigenous communities the right to preserve and strengthen their cultural and spiritual traditions. However, the destruction of the forest due to the illegal poppy cultivation and deforestation threatens Manipur cultural and ecological heritage. The government's lack of effective conservation measures and to regulate unauthorized settlement further exacerbate these violations. India's role in upholding indigenous rights in Manipur. As a signatory of United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, India is responsible to safeguarding the rights of Manipur's indigenous communities. Essential measures include recognizing indigenous status, land and resource protection, legal and constitutional safeguard, community participation in governance, humanitarian aid and rehabilitation. Suspension of operation and its impact in Manipur. The suspension of operation agreement between the Indian government and Kuki militants groups has been unintended consequences, allowing militants to operate with impunity and worsening security in the region. Expansion of illegal poppy cultivation and drug trade. Under the two agreements protection, large illegal poppy cultivation has surged in Kuki-dominated hill areas, exacerbating the drug trade. This has led to severe social and economic problems, including increased drug addiction among the youth and rising crime rates. Yes, illegal immigration and demographic shifts. The forest India-Myanmar border, combined with the immunity granted to Kuki militant group, has enabled a surge in illegal immigration. This has resulted in widespread land encroachment, intensifying ethnic conflicts and displacing local communities. I samjun jaraga makhagi recommendation manga dulung pathok chara again. Human rights consideration. Number one, violation reported extrajudicial killing and excessive use of force, arbitrary arrests and detention, sexual violence and targeted attack on women, displacement and denial of humanitarian aid, international human rights standard, universal declaration of human rights, international covenant on civil and political rights, convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, role of national and international body, National Human Rights Commission, interventions, UN Human Rights Council and other international organizations. Role of NGO and civil society in relief and advocacy. Legal remedies for policy making. Legal remedies. Compensation for victim under the victim compensation scheme. Judicial review and intervention to ensure fair trials. Strengthening legal aid services for affected communities. Litigation for promotion and protection of human rights. Public interest in litigation to seek judicial intervention against human rights violation and state inaction. Habeas corpus petition to challenge unlawful detention and enforce disappearance. Writ petition filed under Article 32 and 226 of Constitution of India to address fundamental rights violations. Class action suits. Representing groups affected by communal violence and seeking justice, criminal complaints against perpetrators and extrajudicial killing, sexual violence and hate crimes, compensation claim, filed under the National Human Rights Commission and State Human Rights Commission for victims of violence, indigenous people of Manipur and foreign influx. Number 3. Number 4, in my recommendation, complaint to UN Human Rights Council. Group in policy making and governance, ground for complaint, systematic human rights violations, including extrajudicial killing, mass displacement, and arbitrary detention, failure of state mechanism to provide justice and accountability, suppression of indigenous rights due to demographic changes caused by unchecked immigration, procedure for filing a complaint, submission of the detailed petition to the UN Human Rights Council under the complaint procedure. Documentation of evidence, including reports from victims, eyewitnesses, and human rights organizations. Collaboration with NGOs, CSO, and legal experts to strengthen the case. Request for special investigation of fact-finding mission in Manipur. Appeal for international intervention to ensure justice, rehabilitation, and policy reforms. Last one, policy recommendation. Repeal or amend Armed Forces Special Power Act 1958 to ensure human rights compliance. Strengthening community policy and conflict resolution mechanism. Increase accountability and independent investigation into right violations. Long-term socio-economic development policies to address root cause violence. Sumaina thamjariba policy kharasida international amadi national level amadi state level da leiriba legal gi authorities platform sing sida matam chana forum da salaga khoi gi grievances mayam loba yagani haibaduna yaroi boina thamjabani aduna si wafam kharasi thamjaraganda agi paper reading si matang si losinji. Thank you.
Thank you. Any super technical part of discussion is the Baruina advocate, Goro Hanbanuang, Dr. Y. Prebananda, Hausi advocate Mahum Rakesh. Yan Fajaba, legal Amadi human rights key, Engle Lagi, what Kayamaka Tabigre. Gasi Asikuba, Ani Suba session Asida, so quick as I time constant, I am Davidina. I moderator of whom to it Habjaroi. I question the Hagmuki interaction program Habjaroi Maramdi. I know the Quigi session to be technical parts the quicker open deliberation Karat or Koyabi, she Davis the Buster, Mayami Motasi, a Pijarasno, and a Hajaraga. I Madame Solution. Thank you.
Nasigi, ahan session have the thematic discussion give topic ani ahan topic the India's role in geopolitics and strategic interest amadi ani shuba topic the legal and human rights considerations ki matangda discussion tawkraba matungda hojik amuk lakjare ahum suba topic ki discussion masigi topic na conflict dynamics and strategic approaches. Hariba topic discussion asigi panel obigadaba sing mayam mamang introduce tawzege moderator obigadaba Shri R.K. Nimai, retired IAS, resource person sing the Sri Yumnam Rupachandra, editor-in-chief, Impact TV, Dr. Homen Thangzam, associate professor, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Manipur, Sri Ningthau Khongzam Satyajit, bureau chief, United News of India, and author, Amadi, Sri Dhiren Ambrose Sadopam, editor, The Frontier Manipur. Higher panel sing, Sir Moderator, Sri R.K. Nimai, retired IAS, Sri Yumnam Rupachandra, editor-in-chief, Impact TV, Sri Dr. Homen Thangzam, associate professor, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Manipur, Sri Ningthau Khongzam Satyajit, bureau chief, United News of India, Dr. Malem Dingthauza, historian and author, Amadi, Sri Dhiren Ambrose Sadopam, editor, The Frontier Manipur, Dai selection binabaginamakta Kosanjari. Masiga loina na akogi volunteer singbu akogi ngasigi links biriba panel singda lingan tabi na bagidam ta Kosanjari. Ahum super topic conflict dynamics and strategic approaches ki discussion ki damata ngasigi moderator obigadaba Shri R.K. Nimai, retired IS Gimu from the Husinazari. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Akhoi ngasigi ahum suba akhoi thematic discussion sida lady the see akhoi conflict dynamics and strategic approaches si matang gani the panelists manga lay ahum na media dagini amana political scientist ni amana historian ni the mi manga suram nina akhoi minute tara the Russian binan of Hajari, the conflict key labor, the Manipuri dynamics has a Manipuri conflict seeking attack the Nana country, there are no what told labor, Nana Rivo may answer the gay or Pugit dynamics secretary as Johanna understanding the gay. Yam Tina change the see if we think at the Aina strategic hierarchy, Aina conservative long term focus through integrated planning for resource allocation for competitive advantage. And nasi kanari the Medegi Nakana Kanavarina Medegi competitive advantage long term space the point of the Hybituki area to discuss over. My thing are beginning at the Manipuri Oiba advantage. Na Ahambagi speaker, Representative Yumna, Editor in Chief, Impact TV, Kosenjari, please have your time for 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Yambu. How do you go 10 minutes? Conflict dynamics and strategic approaches, Yamun Habi Dimina, Manipuki context, as original to them Yaurani Haiter. Nasartikisum Tazar Pada, geopolitics ki mangta. It seems I could go Kangbaman. Intelligence hagadra, academics hagadra, social activities hagadra, Kari twin is in loin at the Kangaga. I zoom side Kangda highway lantopa truck na thomdori di Kangaga. Muscle man freeze the Raga. Action Lobungam dana, truck na thomba ngai film the which lay with on the way. What is happening in our proximity? Just Manipur Kaktanatavada, Manipur the Leminariba, Chinau Sing Kaksinatavada, border the Lady beyond the Chalaga, China, the Gi, America, the Gi, India, the Gi, White Kanga. The only question is Asuk Kanga Koina, Nasi, response strategically using Hinari Baze, P was using Kanavaki status from labor. And Masisum Santok Santokus Labor Ports, Mamirum Ta. And a Kandi Loin Kange from hub to spoke strategy, USK, the great game is Bottle Iraga High, where China meets India, Margi problem, Myanmargi Hutana Toriba, Loin Kange, we know everything. The only question is, I call the Paisali, but Traxna Tom or a Kanga, Aina, Aigi. Isagi way, muscle mayamsi, I brain control torga, swam the chongji chongda, swam the chongji chongda, manning hantoksi hantokta, oncoming trucks the moon yengaga, who was in Kanali report. At the end of the Takaira, that's a report the problem. Anangasiki and one the PD, but topics is the Matamsi am the Panadabnina. Simple loiba. Area Karadiam Mamma Hainer High Bigikasu, Yakana Dakata, later. The only thing is, I call conflict dynamic, I call the toy conflict, localized over conflict, a geopolitical to geoeconomy. Amagi Manungsida, I call it juxtaposed orga, Yenga Kanda, Madudagi, long term strategies, Yamun Haibido, Madu chok out on the Karta. Say the few questions that we need to ask ourselves. Hambam Changel. Manipur se koi khattagira. Akoi khattana Manipur se kandoribra. Should we shoot and kill everyone else who's against the idea of Manipur as we know. अखोई मैतेई न खलिबा मणिपुर से सीनी एन खलिबा आइडिया की मायोक्ता लेरिबा कांबु से लोइन म काप्त पसिन अखोई स्ट्रेटजी ओइदोरिबा if not what अखोई न पार्टनरशिप दरकार ताबरा or can we walk this walk alone सिुम्बा hard question खरा कोई हंगजेबम चंगी अदुगा पीरिबा सोल्यूशन मैम दा लीगल करो ओइदि मैम सिदा गवर्नमेंट इंडिया न पाइखलेबसी munna khakanda what are they likely to do and what are they not likely to do despite legally akoina am right we targasu makoina tawriba am jaganda moina tawrakada tawoidra makoina sizinariba machinery singdubu akoina legally chumme haidana madu hatu takatlu haibada moi tawrakojoribra I doubt so aduna di karmai tawdana akoi sigi fine line si walk tawgadagi habase I think we need to get together hojik is akoi da matam madum lairi and the Maitis in particular the keeper of the idea of Manipur hagadra masi akoi resilience akoi hana turu jo hogalak ngamba hojimok tudi tudri turu jo hogalak ngamba dum community amani na I think there is still time for us aduna hojik thengnari ba strategically अखोने येकना बने लौरिबा and aina haijeriba mamnung sida aina pan matamda cookie jo na pan kanda cookie jo as in illegal immigrants ma'am akhoi gi space ta changal laga illegal immigrant ona changai ba amasung akhoi gi way of life disturb toriba kambu singni so whenever I say cookie jo I mean the illegal and immigrant ma'am across the border de changaga akhoi da disturb toriba singji min toriyo hoji ladies akhoi yam khange akhoi under siege the major population is under siege strategic choking of national highways masimam ulere government inaction jima right government the taction je government inaction jima ko dum ulere barricade mayam loktho haibase lokthok pa sasin na ba mami khara utlaga lokthok pa dum di uba lokthok ko idar ga di ngasi maite yamana hui khongaga Imphal dagi Dimapur Irailen chatpa yabane adu chatpa yadabasi dum takchere government gi kenosi aduna si mayam ji akoi urai ibni akoi gi say the small sphere jida but si mayam ji kari gi no na hai kanda mase ngang bi hi mayam loi cover to geopolitics da hojikti new emerging ju thore ngarang nahan gi Yunus na China chala kanda hai ru port ama projecting Manipur along with its seven sisters as landlocked lamama which can be reappropriated in the geopolitics with China's help haibigi indication nama piba masu rikthore aduna it's very clear akoi gi yeknaba haigadra akoi gi yekoi da leiba kambu singsigi karino makoi gi strategy is very clear the only thing is are we clear about how we are going to go fighting this so I see the matam sang the banina kind of picture again it is clear we are marginalized mayam loi haibi gra akoi the natana mainland India dagi YouTube mayam jo haire maite is marginalized in their own homeland masimadum recognized to be delimitation lakanda we know that population explosion lai community legally or illegally singsida penalized to we mahutta responsible citizen or maite sing penalized of tourism upcoming delimitation that very clear see la long ama way na sinabu ya need to break the wheels of ahoy hakano hagadra adagi long term political consequence digi lakado mayam digi ne ko strategy yap to se sigi port se mayam huje hainari si let's forget about akoi atha to ganda tribal community lainari ba ani sigi han 12 8 leram badigi huje 10 lere next few years da is going to be hujik kind of hompuk ta bida akoi sinudin tong matamda hujik leiba demographic change na adum for example Chandel Technopole becoming ahogi kuki MLA kamakwa sumama yamse kari factor dagi no nai kuki jo illegal immigrant mam black ko dagi whether we have delimitation or not political impact already we have started feeling aduga kayumba delimitation lakan dadi how it will aggravate namnang khanare aduna masida akoina lowba yaba akoina hangba yaba haiba yaba piba pida bun tongan mam tamaga akoi we need immediately oina for the government of India to secure our highways. Blockade to remember masi tugai ro masi ma'am mang the panna illegal loiba immigrant ma'am se thingana ba step whether it's FMR वगैरह नत्रगा NRC वगैरह नत्रगा let it be up to the government of India अखोई demand दी we should not have any illegal immigrants in Manipur अखोई kari phalang sendi uhaini it will go against the interest of another indigenous people. So for us phalang semgera NRC togera or whatever means FMR lofokera, what we want the government of India to do is check illegal immigrants. Get sagera, wall sagera, let's not dictate because aman adu hai gar maitei no wall sa hai bani mizo ne yade naga ne yade to naga ka khulum khana uduk sal pudi aku di wall sagera sarwera illegal immigration stop to. That's where I think we need to go ahead so that we don't open a new front of conflict with another indigenous community amaga mukhana danaba. Aduga saida kanu sida long term da indigenous ni haiba people singa koise aligned to di changye. We cannot fight this war alone. We need the government of India's help. See how it is not selling our soul. When have a to me have nate, I could independence put to nate. When in need, the Gata Amatam the Hagazam part matam the Hingo, Koyumjo have to give Adum report to the we need to use all available resources. Matamatangi Matungina, Adana Maiti, Naga and other indigenous key alignment changi. Madu alignment over we need to have a very serious dialogue with them. More importantly, I could make a map, Johanny, my own channel. Masai has ever point Limon the Hong Pupum, Sikari, you know that. I know high get over them, the Kanano, I know Harakana, my team, sin Pupum, another way, Muscle the freeze of lives. See, ma'am, we need a serious dialogue with amongst ourselves. I call unite to Changeva. COCOMI unite to UCM the Tau Adu Tau Hairukan. So again, why you are saying putting this on Hairukani. So basically, let's find out a way. We need to unite. Because the unite to the now we cannot unite with the Nagas, we cannot unite with other indigenous people. Adu I call legitimate way report ma'am. My am put bigre. See ma'am only
8 minutes younger.
Okay. Only when we are united will New Delhi listen. Ako united with the anything put to consider everything falls apart. So I would emphasize long term the unity amadakar tai, united platform same amadakar tai. Adagi amuksu siu madaya amna ekogi long term su short term su animaglo yare hai tare. Ekogi media management se. Media media management is the media clamp down to if you feel that a particular media platform or social media reports is the Katukarangang Mamamje, Masi Pajana, I call that detrimental way, but I call you Warda, Sokadoma, Pajana, what is Sarasaga, understanding that I call Masu reform to Womchangi. Aduga, I had to Pambirame, Yam Sang, Yamung Yang Pasi, Matam. Oh, lens. Say that I'm going to have I go problem it's likely for us to be manipulated. I go say that chieftainship amasung land can was in. Say that I could maintain a land reform in Hairukanda more muklap tokiba. So the basic is government of India framework manunda land rights to the tiller. Lampai of Mr. Land P by say, Barsakaki in a palm, citizenship in a palm body. I call you tribal again, do you want not about land ownership people citizenship. CP was there, I call Manipurgi, individual could be landless Kambushing the land picket of knee, I don't know, moved over from that. I think anyone without land, Adumasi support token and Kalel. So instead of saying MLR, view not modified so that my taina to the lady, I never sooner not about Makoi Masagi, we will land though, Hepan level. Because cinema was rented with population, number lady, Manipur. Bara the labor population never. Bara the labor say Bara Mapujum Buduna, Danglabi the Toga blockade about talk to Bungamoya, Halakan, my Yumla. So must see for them we need to fight. For the common villagers of Manipur, who does not have land in their own name, मखोगी चीफ ने साने मोंग सानाबा अदुगा चीफ तुना खुलाई बायम सानाबा याबा अदुगा होरेन खन्नाबदसु दुम यावरसी ड्रग की पॉलिसी मयाम से अदु हंदन हाइराने खल्ले स्वाइबो थमगे कॉन्सर्न ओइबनि हाइनिंग आइडिया हम लैदि थैंक यू वेरी मच
Thank you very much. Mathangda apagi Dr. Homen Thangjam, Associate Professor, apagi Indira Gandhi National Tribal University.
Yamongbu Tagatsari, Amasung Timbirba Mayam, Koglona Kurumzeri. Conflict dynamics, Sida Mayam, Tagitabigre, geopolitics ki important. Northeast state Tere Nipan Labor Karigi. Sigi geopolitics Sigi pin sama aku de sikpa dong na phangi bahai basi masi jo koi hang dabai aroye na ningjai ahan kharga sumwari sanabo kanji da northeast leriba state ni pan ni manung da sikim yauraga because Manipur happens to be the aku state where the most active armed conflict armed movement leibani na na ju tambire adu da di changhan jararo aduna aku ji hujik leriba se yamna contradictory oiba अखोगी प्लेटफॉर्म खंगदबा मतंग अमदसु लेबो ओइना तौबनिना रिजोल्यूशन और सजेशन पीबदसु कंगाउनबा अमा लेतबदी नते मदुगी जियोपॉलिटिक्स तुना मरम ओइरगा थाइनगी मतमदगी लाखिबा पॉलिसीज मयाम पदमोइना लुसाई एक्सपीडिशन चलुबदा मैतई का ब्रिटिश का मैतई निंगथौ का ब्रिटिश का कुकी का पुला चतपा नागा एक्सपीडिशन द पुलंबा मखा तारक पुलंबा मयाम 1891 da Burma si British ki makada pulap thamgraba matungda Manipur su independent when mathau tadre haibagi lausan bhiba madudagi maru oina Meitei kingdom ji pikthak salahlakpa aduga sigi khunjida lamjida tariba furup mayam ji amada onjannaraga paliba colonial interest tu madugidu fangnaba honagiba maru oina resources sinaba human की resources सिनरका first world war था second world war था मयाम अमा कोई तेंगा जगरे post colonial India दसु मधु ममी तवरीबा अदुना उजिक लाइबा क्वेश्चन करीगी नो कुकी सिंग लालोबा सिंग दसु agreement अमा थम्बगा अकोई Indian state और government of India काना बकरी लेदोरीबा yang pematamda मैतै नारोन सिंगी लेबम थुगाइबा अमा सुम नमधनबा हाइबसी अकोई नाइना दसु इफोंग फोंग नो उबदौना तौरे आइना लाचमनिंगी बदी Masigi conflict situation nama lewa kanji da kantaki matang tu da tasing na geopolitics tu na bhanglaw na lang phone gibra natraga na atop grievances mayam ama sun leibra kuda moina leiba kuki sigi da saragna koi na panbe ai kuki haiba jat Manipur da leiti ana haiba taraga su akoi thungming am hari base United Kuki Liberation Front ki moi ki dream le namani jaleng am sina kana gi no tripong de gina kang pai go ta tari ene ki moi ki dream le namani Jongam sina kana gino jet are gini buki le sina kana leiriba si makoi pulapna kunmanga ni haigini ban kunmanga di ta sing na punra che da khakpuli hai aduga UPF United People's Front ki makha da leiba makoi nipan jige chawrna ma yengminasi UPF ki khoi meru ki nyamsa ki bendi pa na hokpa masiki lambi si Imphal Dimapur road si control to bani yana powerful oiba ma aduga magi makha da leiba proxy ani KRA United amasung ZRF Haiba Dongle Sagagi, among us, I carry Jenna Chongoi Sagagi, and also housing Sagagi, Sinapur the Legre, Maria SPC, the Pond Pi is enough petrol to Legre, you can left that channel Temple Pi, ZRF, ZPV, Makotika to Chan Pushita Paisa Laga, otherwise ZRF PD, Maruina Lighthouse, the Poco Praga, and the Matika Mataka Mizoram border of city, at the Namakoi area of domination Atani. Keynote की मकान ले बम सीधा साइकिल लोन दा पाई सीधा क्या है डेबिट हाउसिंग की ना पाई करे देन अलोगा टॉक्सिन दसु अगु की ट्विटर दसु मागी के मम ले केने की ट्विबोंग तो कावाई सी केने ना पाई करे ले रे देन केने बेस की सालोर की ग्रुप सी ना नसाई की थंगुई तक की होगा अब का वो पाई करे केने के अब ना हाइजेनिक की करी के नो इवन इंटेंशन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लंबी तक खाई रही है पर कांजी दा आज ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯇꯦꯂꯦꯛꯆꯨꯑꯜꯁ ꯈꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯅꯥꯒꯥ ꯅꯦꯄꯥꯂꯤ ꯅꯠꯇꯕ ꯑꯦꯅꯤꯋꯦꯌꯔ ꯂꯩꯍꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯂꯝ ꯅꯦꯄꯥꯂꯤ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯜ ꯌꯥꯎꯗꯕꯤꯗ ꯂꯩꯍꯧꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯅꯣꯟ ꯀꯝꯃꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯁꯤꯡ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯅꯠꯇꯕꯗꯗꯤ ꯗꯦꯔ ꯏꯁ ꯅꯣ ꯂꯣ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯔꯗꯔ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯤ ꯀꯅꯥꯅ ꯊꯣꯛꯍꯜꯂꯤꯕꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯒꯚꯔꯟꯃꯦꯟꯠ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅ ꯇꯥꯛꯈꯥꯏꯕ ꯉꯝꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯏꯟꯇꯦꯟꯁꯟꯗꯨ ꯁꯦꯅꯥꯄꯇꯤ ꯐꯥꯎ ꯆꯠꯁꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯨꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯉꯝꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯋꯥꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯃꯔꯣꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯨ ꯃꯔꯛ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯍꯪꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯤ ꯈꯨꯠꯂꯥꯏ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯏꯆꯤꯜ ꯏꯅꯥꯎ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯨ ꯅꯈꯣꯏꯒ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯠꯂꯥꯏ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯒ ꯌꯥꯅꯕ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯂꯩꯇꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯀꯔꯝꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯇꯦꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯂꯥꯏꯟꯁ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯦꯁ ꯑꯦ ꯁꯤꯚꯤꯂꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯨ ꯍꯪꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯂꯥꯛꯏ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯅꯣꯒ ꯁꯤꯚꯤꯜ ꯁꯣꯁꯥꯏꯇꯤꯒꯤ ꯐꯤꯕꯝꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯛꯇꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯃꯛ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯨ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯔꯤꯀꯃꯦꯟꯗꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯃꯅꯤ ꯉꯁꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤ ꯄꯟꯖꯔꯒ ꯄꯣꯖꯤꯇꯤቭ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯩ ꯄꯤꯄ꯭ꯂꯤꯡ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯆꯠꯈꯤꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯁꯣꯔꯥꯔꯦꯟ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯍꯨꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯅꯥꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯆꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯀꯨꯝꯊꯔꯛꯄ ꯀꯧꯕ꯭ꯔꯨꯗꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯀꯨꯝꯊꯔꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯣꯡ ꯇꯔꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯣꯖꯤꯇꯤꯚ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯃ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯅꯝꯕꯔ ꯇꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯣꯁꯤꯌꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯑꯦꯟꯊ꯭ꯔꯣꯄꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯒꯗꯕꯅꯤ we need to identify ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ 35 ꯂꯩꯕꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯈꯨꯗꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯥꯡ 5ꯗ ꯃꯤꯇꯤꯡ ꯀꯧꯗꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯖꯣꯃꯤ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯁꯤꯜꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯌꯥꯎꯍꯟꯗꯦ ꯅꯜ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯚꯣꯏꯗ ꯀꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯅꯤꯡꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯅꯥꯒꯥ ꯈꯛ ꯇꯥꯃꯣꯅ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯝꯃꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄꯒꯗꯤ ꯃꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ꯃꯔꯤ ꯂꯣꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯃꯛ ꯊꯕꯛ ꯄꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯃꯣꯏ we have to use culture tradition ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯄꯣꯖꯤꯇꯤꯚ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯒ ꯂꯣꯡ ꯇꯔꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯦ ꯅꯛꯁꯤꯟꯅꯅꯕ ꯍꯣꯠꯅꯕ ꯉꯝꯒꯗ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯏꯄꯥꯅ ꯊꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯃꯦꯡꯂꯣꯡ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯉꯩꯗ ꯑꯉꯥꯡ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯤꯉꯩꯗ ꯉꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯁ ꯅꯣꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯋꯥꯏꯗ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯗꯗꯤ ꯆꯤꯡꯗ ꯀꯨꯞꯄ ꯐꯖꯕ ꯌꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯀꯔꯝ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯕꯤꯜꯗꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯗ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯃꯄꯥꯟꯗ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯝꯕ ꯁꯔꯀꯥꯔꯅ ꯁꯦꯝꯈꯤꯕ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯕꯁꯨ we need to remember ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯦ ꯀꯗꯥꯏꯗ ꯁꯣꯏꯈꯤꯕꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯊꯤꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯌꯦꯁ ꯏꯂꯤꯒꯦꯜ ꯏꯃꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯦꯟ ꯂꯧꯊꯣꯛꯀꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯀꯣꯀꯣꯃꯤꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ NRC ꯄꯟꯕꯤꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯕꯅꯤ ꯏꯂꯤꯒꯦꯜ ꯏꯃꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯦꯟꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯂꯤꯇꯦꯟ ꯂꯤꯗꯔꯁꯤꯡ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯁꯨ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯦꯛꯁꯦꯞ ꯇꯧꯏ ꯄꯨꯋꯥꯔꯤꯗ ꯁꯥꯡꯅ ꯇꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅꯔꯛꯑꯕ ꯅꯔꯁꯤꯡꯍꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯅ ꯍꯥꯟꯕ ꯈꯣꯡꯖꯥꯏꯗ ꯃꯦꯟꯁꯟ ꯇꯧꯕꯗꯤ ꯆꯩꯊꯥꯔꯣꯟ ꯀꯨꯃꯥꯕꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯔꯝꯃꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯔꯣꯁ ꯚꯥꯔꯠ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ ꯏꯕꯨꯡꯉꯣ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯝꯕꯗ 1741ꯗ ꯒꯔꯚꯅꯤ ꯋꯥꯁꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯅꯤ ꯌꯥꯟ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯦꯗꯤ ꯇꯥꯛꯄꯅꯤ ꯈꯣꯡꯖꯥꯏ ꯑꯅ ꯀꯧꯕ ꯉꯝꯃꯤꯗꯨꯅ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯁꯤꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯐꯨꯔꯨꯞꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯆꯩꯊꯥꯔꯣꯟ ꯀꯨꯃꯥꯕꯗ 1891ꯒꯤ ꯀꯨꯂꯆꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯃꯍꯥꯔꯥꯖ ꯕꯣꯙꯆꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯤ ꯇꯦꯟꯃꯟꯈ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯤꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯌꯦꯟꯊꯨ ꯈꯔ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯗꯣ ꯈꯣꯡꯖꯥꯏꯈꯩꯅ ꯇꯨꯝꯅꯕ ꯊꯥꯗꯣꯛꯑꯝꯃꯦ ꯁꯦꯅꯥꯄꯇꯤ ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯃꯈꯣꯏ ꯇꯔꯥ ꯐꯥꯔꯒ ꯄꯣꯔꯛꯈꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯤꯑꯕ ꯁꯝꯋꯦꯌꯔ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯁꯤꯗ ꯃꯤꯑꯣꯏ ꯈꯔꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯅ ꯊꯥꯗꯣꯛꯄꯩꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅꯦꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯈꯤꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯦꯚ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯤꯂꯤꯇꯦꯟ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯁꯥꯒꯩꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯅ ꯕꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯇꯥꯔꯛꯇꯣꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯇꯤꯒꯤ ꯂꯤꯁꯇꯁꯨ ꯑꯦꯅꯤ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯇ꯭ꯔꯥꯏꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯨ ꯈꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯛꯄꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯣꯖꯤꯇꯤꯚ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯃ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯒꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯣꯏꯅ ꯔꯤꯄꯤꯠ ꯇꯧꯅꯤꯡꯉꯥꯏꯁꯨ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯨ ꯗꯤꯔꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯠꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯔꯨꯝ ꯐꯣꯔ ꯅꯦꯒꯣꯁꯤꯌꯦꯁꯟ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯐꯨꯔꯨꯞ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯇꯥꯡꯈꯨꯜ ꯈꯛ ꯅꯠꯇꯕ ꯅꯝꯅ ꯇꯥꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯕꯨꯏ ꯔꯣꯡꯃꯩ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯖꯣꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇꯅ ꯀꯅꯥ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯤ ꯍꯟꯗꯛ ꯂꯥꯟꯗꯗꯤ ꯆꯞ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯅ ꯁꯣꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯨꯅ ꯊꯝꯖꯒꯦ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯄꯤꯕꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯊꯥꯒꯠꯆꯔꯤ
Thank you very much. Matam sana bagi damakta mathang da ningtam pungam Saturday 03 UNI.
Thank you Yampu. Yampu sinjalaba honajaki. Kuigi Manipur ki historical, political, economic, social kuigi growth amasung development si India da yaurba matung mamang rigi constitution iba matam masisida kuigi fault lines mayam leiba samna haibada kuigi constitution iba matam da Manipur na khanbide Manipur na khanabide habi fault line mayam leiba sina Manipur da leiba praja singsiga India da leiba amasung Manipur da leiba mi singsigi leiba singsigi magi identity crisis amamam lebra haibasigi concept di akogi dynamics ta in person jerese yan ham da fene yembe abasi akogi mi singida kamaina identify to doino India da leba mi na ise kari haidoino Gujarati haidoira Manipuri haidoira adigi Manipur da leba singsina mas ise kari haidoino
Maite Hydra, Manipuri Hydra, Manipuri Hydra, Loina, Punbra, Aduna, Akwiki, India, nation, Amasagapam, conflicting ideas labor, pull up integrate the woman of the Sina, Manipur, the Manu the Su, Manipur, the Mapanda Su, Manipur, the river, ethnic group member Su, Akwisi, nation Amagi, Chap Chap Mahau, Pangabnina, Madugi identity, ma'am, Doki Britishna, Edwin Barrier, Nehru, Matam, the policy to Matam, the divide Toraga Taba ma'am, Sipuwa, Dumlay, Madugi dynamics to the Polo Toraga, Matam Satian Madina, strategic approaches, Akwikatu Betasige, Habituna, Dundoina, Habitan emphasis, Pijag, Yanham, the Kwisi, diplomacy. Diplomacy, the Aquina Sumying Basi, Aquina Adum Handan history, Satamoina, Bismarck, Adam Lingsang. ID Germany Unite Tomatum, the Lum Hunda Takaraga, Germany Unite Oki. So my daughter Manipur Su, Karim the meat had a Takaraba, Iran Lerabadi, me Kujamaka Kanaganu, diplomatic, Piper, Magi diplomacy, Masano, me Kujamak, reach out to have a strategy of Moina. A quiz Canada, reach out to Reno, Kanaga Kanabaya, they can't be issued Tanga Payare, I in a city issue Tanga, this is how we have enough. Diplomacy say, Hanhambada, I Hanana Tamdaki. An issue with the quickie. Manipur da akwai ngasi hold beside every moment the ideology amam loi legadabani suppose some harmatam da South Africa da national madela ne yang policy anti apartheid adagi civil disobedience movement akwai India da laimatam da against the British rule non violence agi si concept me adagi China da hakan Maoism Lenin ideology is kam sathi ki harmatam da lam amata laiba chap manaban luon ngam chap manana thakpe sing thakpe bise tugai sam ha da Vietnam Korea, Chapman, and Machimano ideology, Aduna Manipur concept, Manipur ideology, Masis Hagat, Dakar, Bra, Habisin. Adagi strategy of Humsubada, when I ever tapped the Nimbasaki, Masiki, high ideology, Sagadam, Panavada, Lam, the Taina, leader, Mahatma Gandhi, Lenin, Mao, Adu leaders completely the structure, Amadil from Topra, structure labor council of Manakato, do you know how to guide? Akwai praja da lambi am gudba aina chalise somdani somna sumaina tawrini haibisima masi dakar oibra aduga masiki leadership se akwai manipur da akwai na haiba emerge ta kodaba leadership nasi COCOMI na kage to kan sira akwai na haisina manipur da ngasi akwai na ngasi khanaba sri tholak da thoiba leadership se masi all embracive oiba manipur da leriba ethnic group makse masi oiba samna har matam da akwai gi manipur haraga city India Haraga Delhi, not about some Haraga, Nisam Matamda, China, Chao China do Magi Emperor do Nabada, British ambassador do not Kuatao, who the Lebak Haraga Chamu Yadamatagi, Maritona, Chao China do, can no lotion here. Aduna, Center the Leba Quina, Manipur represent the we have the concept, say Taduoga, Manipur Leriba, me Kudimak say, we represent over Muistogi emergency. I did some Harvard, Manipur's labor, Maki Pangan, Maki leadership, Tolakani have concept, Tadoga. Anybody, Mapandagi, any person Tolakadom, but Wakena, Loxanbanga Makanda, successful or near Tamdake. I give Marisu, but the Quena Tomkanda. A quickie British France, Kacham and Lansone, British language, loans in philosophy laws, it's British expand. Adugu France ke di loan su develop di tawi adugu England na last time emerge tawi kai mi sing se khunchen ba mi sing lu pujan ba ya bagi concept ama anu I want to get diversion oi ba ai ne yaning de ba concept ba thola pa do ma bai da pa thola pa na habra hai ba madu ki strategy ama loksat ba ya bra hai ba sini ilo lo ba da kai ki any moment Manipur da ngasai me am thambi ke tu mai na Manipur da lai ba mi sing ke waksan si anta mana da bni na sak tu su mana da bni na akwai any moment matam consensus yana ba amada Manipur gi phaba leba ki phaba da chapaduna phabra haibadu thamjagi aduna consensus leba ta the consensus kamane build tawni haibada aduga aingonda aina yaninda ba harako madu opposed to the bida kamane masi sagatadagi haibado nasi gi leba leadership mayam anu ba tholiba leadership organization mayam atomda khongthajin biyo hatum
Thank you very much. Mathangda, Dr. Malam Intruza, historian and author.
Thank you, Tamo. Taranico. Mayam sing say, Buena Tamagre, Mot Ayam Batu Managre.
da aina yam tena wahi khara khak ai thamjage recommendations so haijage asai geopolitics dagi di ethnopolitics ma'am haina sigi ma'am se ai contextualize something tawjage details research already British na Manipuri option pa matam haitai 1826 tagina hauzik phawda imperialism gi safu sphere of influence or rule si Manipur da hongbadum leitri warigi tangak masi capitalism neoliberalism gi face laise sima ya hana thamsi ade imperialism ki pandam di karino super profit pe pani lam khopani resource location bani market expand to bani national interest ki mingda India ki crony capitalist ruling bodies sing sigi moigi private gains ki moigi central lambi ki haiba tai ko maikhum na national gi mingda maikhum ko ko sa tharakpa adu gumba la long ne yamna khang nei ba chanakya na lamjing na ko lai pak ta India na neighboring countries amatta mari phanadri se yam hai sing de soi bagi na te ba ko national interest ki tagi di priority se private gains and political powers amasung political parties amasung crony capitalism ki gains ne hen process oibana na wahai di nation sijinaraga nation jigi mingda lai pak se mak se exploit to bagi khudam ni sigi tangkak sidani koi da structural inequality ka mayam mat porapna ekoi gi lamdam se under development ki phase mo is haining ibidi manipur the growth to the capitalist system se koi gi productive forces, mode of production, some material foundation se masi marang kaina thoraga evolve tor capitalist system oideba mapandagi pusilakpa adugumba masagi lamdam si kuigi subject mo oina sizna bani gamong sizna ba yana na bugi kana na mago geo strategic interest ni hai unga hainin ba haja tar ka sum kuigi lamdam di under development factor sangkap thol le ba ko no kuigi lamdam dana kamai ta ba kan ga moina ko option to bari am lai ba se लाइव कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम से कोई किधर नहीं बसे कोई की लोकल elite सिंगना variable and constant capital the invest औरगा value create औरगा surplus extract होगा अदुम मकुल capitalism वो इधर इंडिया की हर फिबान चीज़ तिल लोगों की काइथा रख पाना सही लाइव कोई financial imperialism की investment के सागो नवा grant and fund में आंसिंग से misappropriate औरगा पूरा लगा चार लगा कोई wealth accumulate होगा असीने corruption की foundations वो ये नहीं मकुम वो and masi kleptocratic regime sai no ran na pan nga ki system si ma chak na ba porak si mo na badani nga sai gi koi da sectarian forces ma reactionary forces me am ma semi ba divisive policies si ya na ba na badani koi gi tribalism ethnicism ko ma promote to ma koi gi laws me am ma enforce to ri ba chak na hali ba sing na smai to to ni tam na smai to ni hai ba gi command the land law me am ma chak na ri ba hai ba di la iba sing ma capitalist system si manipur di Manipur की society से capitalist transformation por ko oi da bai ta hai ri ban ko ki neoliberal forces in ki interest ki conserve to we ana bo na ba tribalism sectarianism amasung communalism se perpetuate to we aba mukun ki mechanisms me ama superimpose to work ni hai bi sigi marak sta local elite sing na magi magi ki to ri loot amasung mokoin to vested interest se cover up to una we ana bo na ba under development syndrome se overall system se question to ugi mahota communally project to thoga communal agenda amada exert tawrpduna maram oirkanda communalism si koigi perpetuate tawhanbani haijabani sigi gi manungdani asagi interest gi manung sidaida handak kisi tana ngasagi kuki chen mijo hariba sections tu gi dugumba masagi organization sing tuna advantage la horaga koigi territory curve tawnabani khonong no di haibani si khuding mak sing sagi capitalist growth ki tasengna koigi mechanisms tumok tinate gap to gi manung to data as I has about communal sectarians and quickly counter progressive forces me ama hing hal le ba gi wealth accumulations ki scramble to the for padung crisis ni tawuna community gi mingda adagi praja gi mingda or lepa ki mingda di waiba do sim di si sigi character se thamama kanda aina khogi recommendation se ai manga ka hai o manga ka tang ibiro hai manga ka thamjabani recommendation si koi COCOMI na to waya ba do ina thamjabani am seng na hai ke sigi financial imperialist kambu ding che koi hanbi gro hai bani dia su han gi di hanbi gro ko intelling se gi hai recommendations di yaro ito ni na COCOMI na to waya ba ma gi do delay bisi manga ka hai ni na hai basi number 1 the leverage mai tai gi strength se based on progressive ideas amasung progressive manipur gi vision da inform oi ba mai tai gi strength ma sagat piro adudagi di like minded community organizations amasung individuals sing sigi consolidate to view adudagi di exploitation amasung divisive tactics sing sigi impact se miyam da kai bo da phangaldi tawriba political economic system jine karino kanana lut tawrino kanana plunder tawrino haibse exposed to external forces amasung internal forces sing se puthok kai bi ganu hangoi gumsi puthok se haibani mari chubada hairi historical truths me amama lady basiri of some tausi aduga a forward thinking collective vision hananing tamame tamdong ne haibana ta ekoi ki vision sida ning tam mathau taragana tam tare tamdwa mathau taragana karam mo negotiate tawedagi punna hingina base kari gi mathau tari no haibasi utto ngam collective vision ne mo piyo haibani aduga amarom dana election cho ko idre ko tangai phadabani tawdaba ya ta COCOMI ge level da haijabani ko atop forces me amna mo gi level to man bam ni ko ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ MLA ꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ MP ꯒꯨꯝꯕꯁꯤꯗꯩꯗ right thinking persons legitimate ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ elect ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯔꯣ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ interest work ꯇꯧꯅꯅꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯈꯩ ꯃꯉꯥꯁꯦ COCOMIꯒꯤ ꯊꯥꯛꯇ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯚꯥꯔꯠ ꯁꯔꯀꯥꯔꯒꯤ ꯂꯦꯚꯦꯜꯗ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕ recommendations ꯂꯥꯜꯍꯧꯕꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯗꯕ recommendation ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ COCOMIꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯉꯥꯁꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯝꯒꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯨ ꯃꯇꯦꯡ ꯄꯥꯡꯖꯒꯦ 9 minutes 32 seconds thank you
Malam, thank you very much. Bagi aru ba wang loy da bagi dilen sabab ko frontier Manipur de check editor.
Kan kita yang tagasari itu diri jadi mayam buku ini ai kita haksan kita numai terus kon khawan na conflict dynamics and strategic processes in Manipur. Conflict dynamics se khoi na di pangang ngang ba adagi pangi de su iba conflict dynamics se kamai ne kari no hai se khoi mun na khang bagi mathau ta ben khali mun na khang bai di am theoretical level not to sophisticated concepts and thematic penetrative analysis to ko khang na ta yam laina khanga kan da khoi policy uthokpa na ta recommendation to go doi the dynamics in the hand of Kangania Kanzi. Aduna Aigi Nasigi presentations detailing the Ayuk Tazarapada Ayuki morning session the Nambi give us speakers ma'am, who's Nambi give us speakers ma'am detailing as well as contextualization Malimgi, Yam Pazabe historical contextualization, the ma'am being tire. I nakara I want the anxiety kernalism. Sigi anxiety is a kind of habita. How have we failed to understand conflict dynamics? We fail to understand the man, we observe. The Manipur complexity is a microcosm of conflict dynamics and geopolitical strategies. Hakim among the was a homina ID geopolitics na cause of when I have always said that geopolitics is not the only cause to any conflict. But having said this, conflict dynamics conflict Layina Karma Makangi Karma Matini conflict lay the Kanama than the ethics to high community diversity, diverse community Weba Huigi Kehedera, Idam Dam say Furup Mayam Liba, Makan Matani Furup Adiki Puarigi Weba, Nuaitaba, Fundungba, historical grievances and Liba. But Aina Mayam look policy, act this policy in Haidu in India push this policy in Aina Kozava. Bottom line, can take push policy the India act is policy ni khang de geopolitical magi interest to Western Southeast Asia. We see and we come Western Southeast Asia including the Northeast Manipur pun basagi lamsida karamba makhangi karamba dynamics government of India na kamai to the roll out the way kamai to the sing thora kana karamba mongi geopolitical games hanai have do some basic minimal template ama the basic minimal format ama we khangam dakata khali adu primarily ai ngasigi presentation to analyze conflict evolution ni strategic response when a career response to the aduga long term pathway to peace framework of conflict dynamics. Conflict dynamics tayo nga say some na template na maputuksi have the academics historians na so MU this we renowned historians kaya Manipur gi lady go kano say India gi kano say conflict say external conflict and internal conflict and haiba but I give this simple form the vertical conflict and horizontal conflict and aina thonje vertical conflict and horizontal conflict ki concept se COVID ki matamda nase ayuktan presentation taramba Dr. Sanatomba Kamuzon Pol Science ki who is phone this worries about Manipur conflicts understand to ge who is live template na thoksi kasi Marxist concept structural adu the external the internal dynamics and puthuwa adagi adu me puthuwa dikra nungai right and live model am sakasena even some vertical conflict and horizontal conflicts in fact these two concepts came out of was a Sanatomba what is Harakan the concept ni but incidentally Malaysian think tank strategic thinker see the lyric like anyone the lyric exact kauri as a man as see vertical conflict horizontal conflict vertical conflict struggle for restoration of sovereignty guys akhoi ning tan mahanjan si kana tawrisi kana dino bharat sarkar da koi ning tan mahanjan sin na hudna sida lawtuna ba thona conflict ama thok se is a vertical conflict name notice the karama makhan ki conflict
ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯗꯥꯏꯅꯥꯃꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯝꯕ ꯃꯈꯜꯒꯤ ꯀꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯏꯚꯣꯜꯕ ꯇꯧꯔꯛꯀꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤꯁ ꯅꯠꯈ꯭ꯔ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯗ ꯃꯔꯖꯔ ꯑꯦꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯃꯦꯟ ꯁꯥꯏꯟ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯑꯦꯅꯦꯛꯁꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯤ 1949 ꯗ despite being an independent state 19 brief period maybe for a year or so adu adugi matang haidi new delhi bu fight toba new delhi gi against the struggle torakanda koi sovereignty restore toba group atai na budi koi demand for independence hai koi khara language se manadaba thematically khena badum yawi ko ado for instance I'm saying the UNLF will be restoration of sovereignty have any PLA na independence demand na hai independence demand to hai na to full management the conception of independence is kai no de khoi gi kare sovereignty is kai no mai definition to hai ada in haining di masida khanai di akhoi gi manipur gi idea of manipur da thajaba matam du gi manipur a progressive manipur say kana wada kana na ka malim nan makra hairamba idea of progressive manipur so manipur constitution act of 1940 1947 je muni yong kan akhoi elements mai yong ni progressive oiba adagi idea of manipur so maiti centric oide aduna bu representation do kanada naga yoromini kuki yoromini even to the level of founding of UNLF found to matamda multi kano ene ethnic composition da haidi singship yoromini adagi kalalung yorini naga zorini aduna akhoina maiti na akhoina idea of manipur propagate to matamda di akhoi ethnocentric oide haibidi akhoi group da katang akhoina pane hil leite but over period of time akhoi guardianship role do akhoi low rubi akhoi da section ndi phangi keno akhoi guardianship role do low rubi da mehet pire khuru mazam za sing na akhoi je mehet pire na khanbagi adugi kano la adugi section la koduna maduna second level of dynamics ni first dynamics in haining badi new delhi gi against new delhi gi mayokta akhoi iho mo hor kan na lantheng da bje masi je vertical conflict ko but new delhi gi strategic kano je conflict dynamics moina kayam haina haidi consciously or ambe subconsciously or ambe some ingenuity leiba moi gi think tenga kamai to duna akhoi gi ngasai gi vertical conflict kamai to na horizontal conflict haidi tu dra leiba wa na hani yung le ramdo haina tu leiba conflict wala lak haibdo kamai to wala le haibda maitei ga nara khana ngani ko maitei ga pangan ga khana lakani maitei ga kuki ga khana lakani kuki ga naga khana lakani हाइबदि न्यू दिल्ली का मायोक नदना लांथेंग लेरंबा खुइजे खुइजे खय फुरुप मसेन खुंदान मिनरिबा आइडिया मणिपुर की अगेंस्ट ओइबा आइडिया दु पुथो कांदा मसिदा होय खनबदो मसिजना होराइजोनटल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अदुना असिगी टेम्पलेट अनि जे याम पिकना चमना कन मुन्न खंदरा कांदा एनालाइज तबदा आइन खंबदा अखोय ngangnरिबा मयाम साइबदगी हिस्ट्री दगी काइदगी रिकमेंडेशन दगी एक्शन दगी तमोरु परना खय कैदो what shall we do हाइदे कैदो दगी हका हाइबनेबा करम स्टेप लौरगा करम प्लानिंग तौदगी का हाइबदो सिजे खय प्रो प्रॉब्लम ही मांगदम तारकदो माली कई हजा फ्रू मसेन यानबगी ना कमाइन तौदो खय करम स्टेप लौगनी अदुगा इंडिया की अगेंस्ट कई हजा लांथिंगनबो लेरिबनी म्यूजिक ग्रुप हम कतनी सम पीस एग्रीमेंट हम लेदना सम level of peace dialogue ma hogi kotbagi hoji pati hodri ko sathar me gi tawribni to pada various stages of kanoda negotiation da leina ba kambu jumem leina taji adra seeing a second have a vertical complexity dum ko permanent in the leini but vertical complexity kamai to da india gi think tanks in da ada aina sum taja lo ko india gi kano bureaucrat ama ai bori sanajal ma hayo at india da maina kano to unnati ni india da mai sinne ne khalno diren dai manda ana single sinabnati tari iba po madu tarakpani fall do moine intentionally torumbe ai fall do tare kaino da isagi vertical conflict india gi mayokta lanthing na bado lalhu bado madu hatok na bagi damakta khoi masen thru masen halan bado madigi systematic sigi approach ani je conflict dynamics minute nipan chakle munna thangmam da katai systematic issues da atopa mayam se di resource allocation na sai mayam haiduni political representation da kamai tawdi political representation ki idea that the Manipur Constitution Act that inherent in the yawni land rights even land rights is kamai to karam yawni the autonomy the even revolutionary group hagera lalhuba group hagera moi so moi on discourse zu karam level of land rights they have say adu moi song na bangatne other stages of kano na koi like koi side vertical conflict horizontal conflict lera that's the latent manifest and crisis escalation adigi stalemate which is the stalemate later ba hadi kuki ga meidi ga sona balance da adi crisis escalation da kamai tawi
some thousands Myanmar sanction gari adu tawre Cochrane yam tawri ko aduma sai tawduna yamna basak thokduna hoji latent phase dum leibani manifested yamtina hana sunaduna hoji violence yamna prominent thokodi leite mai tawlei adagi external influences ta hoji geopolitical Myanmar gi instability oi base Myanmar da hoji lebi irang sina maram war kan da ko resu sekheng yam phangi economic the illicit drug trade which I think COCOMI has done enough works on what actually is drug economy. And the illegal immigration issue and India doesn't have a specific national refugee law like that. India ki specific refugee law like that. Illegal immigration high do moina dil to zara kana koina moida blame to ba adum kan moina dum dil to photo koida awa ban ngal ni ba kaino da moigi refugee law like that. But that doesn't mean India has a policy. Low literacy India policy like Tibetans mayam singse kano Tibet ki selak ba mayam dubu dharamshala haiba lamdu da Himachal da Bangalore do bo allocate to kana moigi kariya ba government in exile kai no thamine ba chin mayam do koi thadil lagan Delhi me thamuso noida thamuso sillo ba policy do government in agi sigum ba se articulate to godam ni kaino da ngasai Madugi akan sim articulate to the sin ma'am can accommodate to Sinatraga Barmati Silk ma'am can accommodate to Hibinati, government in a position like say positioning like Legadabni, policy or not, payable legal rights, not a legal act like so policy in a Legadabni have open 100 and Hibam the Kata cannot Kutuzi, our Nangisi, government agi refugee policy like Rosini, Masina. Okay, it's a non signatory to 1951 refugee convention, signatory whatever. Aduga in the strategic approach, say high grade look is policies fail where for simple reason infrastructure project India Myanmar Thailand say was a sanat communism high fail they have not achieved what they ought to achieve. I think it challenges in cultural erosion, I think incomplete projects, ma'am, like the course of diplomacy, like military operations, counterinsurgency measures, including even internet shutdown, but this is a part of a bigger counterinsurgency can whenever. But India's aspiring geopolitical strategy in progress. See, Medi Kangadamni kind of dynamics of the India aspiring geopolitical strategy is in progress. The full Sanganalay, Kamaito Sang have the Moina political level, the parliament kind of floor of the parliament, kind of spell out of the ideological stance. I know Kange, Adu Aina Madu Karena Kowi, unitary or federal super state. Particularly BJP na Uthuri ba Akhan Bharat has the federal super state, not a unitary super state, and Uthuki had name. Yam Chong say was a map to the Yaudrico, map on a Puramado. And now, which is quite the Maru is a constructivist narratives can was a Dagatai, ethno identity politics and movements away Kamaito and relook to Wani. Canada, when idea of Manipur, the Maiti, Bako de Maiti land go de. Manipur, Koromise, top group Assamsa, line of Pulakana Manipur, and a co with Maiti land go there. Adunati, when Harris, when Maiti was open article also, Madunati has a Sigi articulations or narrative. Built was an important way. I think Jogi framings when indigenous in a side of way. No Karamana indigenous no Karamana no Hazi, I'm line a Kango Pungamba. NRC latest various mechanism am lady Kamaito indigenous way is at the same time, when a power of the refugee convention, say India refugee policies, LS policy enacted so that we can have a friendly relation. CJ is going to be part of a reconciliation process within the government and one refugees in Takanamana. The resource translate, Himachal, Thandra, Tibetan Mam Dharam Salada Thamidamaina, Himachal, the government in exile, Thamira, Chin state government in exile, and Hamukai Deva. But government again policy to have never. Quite Awaba, I think bigger can have. Aduga Apana Mun, I say, has given the pre-colonial kingdom, kingdom has a king who to Nate, when Zikla, but they can transition period, say independent state narrative for the Sagi feudal states other conflict resolution say conflict resolution to they may have conflict resolution heavily assuming the management other Tawumatam Sida various interest group to equal other critical issues buffers when can create or raise a say Yamtina danger over pros and cons labor kind of the institutional segregation buffers or like a kind of funny kind of me CPF some of them in a kind of ꯑꯗꯩ ꯃꯤꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯆꯪꯉꯨꯗꯕꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯆꯪꯉꯨꯗ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯁꯦꯄꯔꯦꯠ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦ ꯁꯦꯄꯔꯦꯠ ꯑꯦꯗꯃꯤꯅꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯖꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯔꯣꯜ ꯑꯥꯎꯠ ꯇꯧꯊꯣꯛꯏ ꯃꯔꯝꯁꯦ ꯒꯚꯔꯟꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯒꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯁꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯨꯟꯅ ꯈꯟꯊꯍꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯗꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯄꯣꯁꯤꯕꯜ ꯔꯦꯀꯃꯦꯟꯗꯦꯁꯟ ꯈꯔ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯅꯦꯔꯦꯇꯤꯞꯁꯅꯗꯤ ꯔꯤꯐ꯭ꯔꯦꯝ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯗꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯇꯥꯏ ꯔꯤꯐ꯭ꯔꯦꯝ ꯇꯧꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯀꯣꯀꯣꯃꯤꯅ ꯍꯟꯖꯟꯅꯁꯨ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯅꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯐꯤꯜ ꯇꯧꯖꯩ ꯑꯥꯔꯝ ꯃꯤꯂꯤꯇꯦꯟꯁ ꯚꯔꯁꯦꯁ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯑꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯣ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯖꯣ ꯃꯤꯂꯤꯇꯦꯟꯁ ꯚꯔꯁꯦꯁ ꯏꯟꯗꯤयꯟ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯣ ꯁꯤꯗ ꯗꯤꯄꯔꯁꯣꯅꯦꯂꯥꯏꯁ ꯇꯧꯋꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯖꯣ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯅꯥꯒꯥ ꯏꯟꯁꯔꯖꯦꯟ ꯅꯥꯒꯥ ꯑꯥꯔꯝ ꯒ꯭ꯔꯨꯞꯁꯇ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯗꯤ ꯗꯤꯄꯔꯁꯣꯅꯦꯂꯥꯏꯁ ꯇꯧꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯛꯁꯇ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯀꯥꯏꯅꯔꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯗ ꯑꯦꯊꯅꯣ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯛꯁꯇꯗꯤ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯥꯏꯃꯣꯔdial ꯐꯤꯂꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯊꯤꯅ ꯁ꯭ꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯡ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯣꯗꯔꯟ ꯅꯦꯁꯟꯍꯨꯗꯀꯤ आर्टिकुलेशन मधु फिट इन तब गमदबगी पोट मचा यावनी अदे रिकॉन्सिलिएशन से कमाई तौदगी है ट्रुथ कमीशन से इंपोर्टेंट है हाइदी एक्सपीरियंस मैम अफ्रीका साउथ अफ्रीका के कई मधु मैम आई पंजर ट्रुथ कमीशन है सेंग सेंग अखोइना लालेना कदाइदनो नोइना लालेना कदाइदनो सेंग सेंग हाइनबा पोट लोसिनबदि नतबा मसा आइना सिलेगा ओजा मलेमना अखोइना नैथपज यावदि अखोइ अम पन्नदेने हाय जामलेमना गसा हाय अखोइना नैथप मैम जोइन so the idea is truth commission दी अखोइना फिल तौबा अखोइना लालो अखोइना लाले हैबा अखोइना चुमगन अखोइना चुमे हैबजे सेंग सेंग हाइने बगी पोत याम दगा ताब खांगे अदुगा अखोइना जी लास्ट ना लाको मतलब द कंट्रोवर्शियल रोल ऑफ न्यू दिल्ली से सी इज ए सुपर स्टेट स्ट्रेटजी इज माता मिना मा मरु यामना ओइ आई मसी थमजगे
Thank you very much. Okay, matamsu okay hindu ka chatpanina discussion je question ahum matang log jage kana gamba ham meaning bana ming introduce to the question to kanada direct to the have ka question ahum matang log jage okay ni panel member budi manga ne do re so maling di mai thabak ama dei hai ta thado ka ma pung om thabak am dei ta na question han meaning ba yaw re karena panel direct to the question to ana very happy ya खुद थागतबसु यावद्रबनिना ai moderator gi observation kitang thamjaraga sigi session si loisanabdu tawjage session sigi panelists mangana yam marik chumna yam tentakna koi isu mayam ama thambigre yan hanbada koi thamba kanside sida koi maitai gi marginalized sorokpa delimitation lakpaside sida koi concern orakpa immigration की long term political consequences में immigration illegal immigration मपादी लापचे थिंगदबा यारक्तबा अदुगा indigenous layer मैम से अखोई पुन्ना थबक तौमिनबा मसिगी दमतदि अखोई serious dialogue चंगी अदुगा अखोई पुल्ला काददा भारत सरकार न ताबिगनी media management सिमा याम दरकार लई अदुगा individual की land rights से land record से पीबा दरकार लई अगना अमा खंडीगी अखोई डॉक्टर होमेना थंबा कांसिने सिदा अखोइना आनदि तुंगांग लाकपा अखोई कुकी सिंगसी Tagaga maintain let go for instance groups in balance to Nava. Report Yagi Kumaga Cookie Chin Kumaga Seneca operator my area domination to combine the win Quina negotiation get on the Tanga. ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯀꯜꯆꯔꯒ ꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯗꯤꯁꯟꯒꯁꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯆꯪ ꯈꯣꯝꯒꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯊꯝꯕꯤ ꯁꯇ꯭ꯌꯖꯤꯠꯅ ꯗꯤꯄ꯭ꯂꯣꯃꯦꯁꯤꯗ ꯐꯣꯀꯁ ꯇꯧꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ideology of Manipur, idea of Manipur se fazana understand tꯧꯃꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯆꯪꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ leadership ki ꯑꯐꯕ leadership ꯁꯦꯝꯕꯒꯤ ꯗꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯂꯩꯕ not necessarily from the biggest community but from every community who have got the credentials and the quality aduga consensus building ki step se akoina tꯧꯕ ꯆꯨꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ Malayamna historical perspective ama thambire adugama recommendation khara torami akoigi maitegi strengths into leverage tauba adagi akoigi consolidation tauba internal and external ki yam je koi khanba historical ki collective vision ama akoi thamnaba hotnaba aduga akoigi represent taugadoriba assembly ga parliament ka sida matik sabami khananaba si Nigerian vertical horizontal ki conflict ki explain to rahe कि low refugee के सदर low नहीं तरह से वो policy थी लेकिन तब नहीं कोई इंडिया थी refugee compensation की secretary नती तो ना कोई policy थी लेकिन तो नहीं वो मांगा सकमा की तो उसी मिज़ोरम दा कर थमी और नासिक कर थमी अनि मत तो कुछ conflict से तुम ले कोई की थी autonomous district council दा मुझे ले tugi aduna akoigi narrative singse amu reframe to ba darkar lei haina thambirame aigi moderator gi waronji samlumna thamjabada akoigi pradip ne yam toina haibom lei kaladan multi modal transport project asi chicken neck ki substitute natte kaino da मागी फैक्ट्री दगी लोड तौरगा ट्रेनर लोड तौरगा गुवाहाटी योरगा अतई मफुमदा ट्रक थागा दबदो कलकत्ता पोर्ट परपा कलकत्ता पोर्ट जहाज महापा साइडवे पोर्ट मुडो थोपा बार रिवर बार हापा पलटवा दगी बार दे लथोगा ट्रक हापगा चतपाइदो नो बिजनेस मैन विल डू इट सीडी vulnerability of the second next sigi karigo second next se tak pata ragadi no isi अखोई alternative ama lei haibudugi wakhandane si अखोई की transit की corridor से बांग्लादेश ने पेरेक तबदगी लाखी को पोने मसे अदु आइदि गरंग ना हाजु इजबनी चिकन की किलोमीटर 300 गदर पाक पदगी ना कुलुम बेरो पाक पगे से इंडिया ना आइना नेगोशिएट तौरगा अपनी सिक्किम लोकसल 1975 ता पनागरदा ले स्ट्राइक फोर्स अखोई 17 कोर से देशिदा हाई over 1 kilometer 300 paise kilometer cham pa alu ba sida kunai tharaga tawga sa within 1 week ta from a chicken neck to election neck oi gani adu wariga di international ki problem yam dai gani adu national security ki la kan di everything is very level war harris national security la di ala ko ho ti america na tariff ki torim yam si nang la le na kana hai ni angam bane adagi negotiation si tawni na haire negotiation at the dialogue between cookies the maite committee sector and the committee secretary na haire asi either chatpa ma chatpa ma kulab decision to gargadi there is bound to create conflict then akoigi dialogue si dialogue se di akoigi condition je thamna da bani negotiation de condition je thamna bani akoigi condition on thamna adu warega de akoi meeting is condition je thamna ta bani koina matang khagi tawraga review to wa haiba sima akoi je do haiba ta bani ani su badana non negotiable da there are two things one is that akoi mane effect of soya the akoi no worries hari say it doesn't mean that we acknowledge the illegal immigrants. The foreigner ko wari saro, only Indian citizen ko wari sani, adaga illegal immigrants actually identified or tato kedo high sima. preconditions ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯨ set ꯇꯧꯕ ꯇꯥꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ preconditions set ꯇꯧꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ understand ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕ ꯈꯔ ꯂꯩ long termꯒꯤ political demands ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯤꯔꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯆꯤꯟꯒꯤ ꯀꯥꯡꯕꯨꯗꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯏ separate administration within territory within legislature ꯒꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯁꯣꯛꯍꯜꯂꯛꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯁꯣꯛꯍꯜꯂꯛꯑꯣꯏꯗꯤ president rule ꯂꯥꯛꯏꯁꯤ is a failure in governance tagi laine and they will not take any decision on political issues when the toxicity law and order maintain to the tokne law and order maintains it or constitution certain normalcy la constitution political party on the majority level to sickness half of the political issues in city decide to la kana and akhoi da apne khanga do se kaino da sangnaba yadre hey we separate administration ji mapang kanhal level demands why hang physically we separate one aduna de facto administration level ni ki juri le ndio hyper consideration there will be force of government and akhoi gi di yare ge we iran chi doesn't ba masini adagi aina gam biteli hajabani iran chi logi hay taraga de we idp me se mai mai me da city one way traffic ti ya ro mai mai da hum se tam gi mi su akhoi singi bi su mai mai ram da hanjin ga ta ni there are changes in the dynamics of the hills also kango bi do physics yam na violent body ba si kana no hana lei ba kango bi da le ba mi na te ko lan kai ra ga yum mai tha ki chelak pa kango sing to le ba they are very very violent aduna kango bi gi leadership sing se there are changes that is occurring chuma changpur su occurring se to ri ne ana akhoi gi mai dei gi da na si yam de in terms of population percentage yang kan da koi IDP sing si yam de moi gi da in terms of the population si da de IDP si yam da aduna sigi dynamics sing si koi na understand to ba changi so that wari ba sanare wari ba sanadre aduga any conflict si de negotiation table da do ga da Israel ga Hamas ka so intermediary wari sanare Russia ga Ukraine was a force da power infrastructure तमोर छने होइने तौनी सुदान की तबु कांदा साउथ सुदान खाइदोरी थ्रू नेगोशिएशन लान तेगे थेनो मी सिरगा वाइफा की तौरी स्वाइन तौना ultimately 20th and 21st century की conflict ने यावा except for the two world war na tana atei di macha macha lori ko ni kongo da tawri ko negotiation da lotion da ngata ne adana what is sanabasi opportunity comes not only once. If we don't understand the opportunity and don't grab it, we may face serious problem in the future. I see strategic key aspects of this dialogue process is also one of the strategic approaches near the hegemony. Now, in the Sanjara Pada, we panelist member Manga, Imphal Pachandra, like a comment Thangam strategy, Dr. Madam Nitoza, Amazon, parents of Mangabu, Yam, the lucid were in a very short period, 10 12 minutes presentation to be made on the Tagachari. Tavi Wago Mayam, patient listening to the Tavi Vedamata, Mayampunam Sagazari, to Salapura Mayampula Kurumjari.
Masigi one-day discourse on Manipur crisis haiba si program sida losilakbagi tanja adu yoksilakpana manam oirga ekoi mingwini panjarabada Sri Mayengbam Joy member core committee COCOMI dais lekat biratuna masigi thor masigi vote of thanks period ma kapachari. Thank you.
Masigi one day academic discourse on Manipuri crisis. Sugumba one day discourse masida yamna mai pangna pangthokpa yanabagidamag sowa mai pakpa haiba tare sugumba ayama pibiba university gi vice chancellor oibiriba oja akhai oja university gi BC busu COCOMI gi mut silaga thakatso pongdoksari banana session ani leiba ayu busu den gi session ani makta moderator oibigiba aduga toman resource person sing oibigiba loina asigi whole akhai college development council CDC gi whole asigi ayaba pibigiba akhai authority sing CDC gi oja Subdeva loina resource person sing legal actors sing human rights activists media person sing aduga COCOMI gi Moroiba Taylor Matamasida one day discourses mo pung phana mai pangna pangthokpa yanabagidamagta sendi sombigiba dedicated member punamak Topang Roy Singh aduga CSO gi tuan CSO gi leader sing aduga invitees sing guests sing special delegates sing punapu COCOMI gi mot silaga sagat phongdoksari loina masigi one day discourse asibu live thabada take pangiriba technical support sing pigiriba announcing the media person sing busu ayam COCOMI gi mot silaga aina litan tagasa phongdoksari masigi one day discourse asida phangiba recommendation sing aduga point sing akoina compile tawsaraga atubu matamda koi publish COCOMI na publish tawraga miyam punamakta soidanamaki pangana gogona jagani haiba apam asit thamjabaga loinana mayam punamakku amuka hana koramjari. Thank you.